Don't talk about your mouthful.
That was mine. Words, those were not. I'm gonna get a lot of bread. Crunchy, crunchy bread.
Did you want my chair, Remy? Is that why you're crying? This cat is crying. Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, meow, meow. Small cat.
Oh yeah, Sarah Lene was talking earlier about the latest Pinball FX.
No, it's not Sarah Lee.
No, I mean her actual name is Sarah Lee.
Okay.
Her VTuber name is Sarah Lene.
It looks like it's spelled the same.
Okay, so her real name.
Next you're telling me that there's a VTuber and it's a luxury yacht that goes by Throatwater or Mangrove.
There probably is. Assuming trademark wouldn't, like, prevent that.
Or possibly, like, a weird looking little bird that's, you know, like, patterned after some kind of warbler in front of, like, a mangrove swamp or something. That calls themselves luxury yacht.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like just... I read that and I just hear this southern as sweet tea and rolls flying through the air. Sarah Lane.
But yeah, it's that's her first and last name. Like actually Sarah Jessica Lean.
Mm.
Whereas the VTuber character, it's one word run together.
Mm. She's one of those SJLs, huh?
What? SJL? Does that is that a term?
No. He's just got two letters in common with SJW, so I had to make a really stupid joke.
Oh, that's what you were going for. Okay.
Social justice lamp. Social justice lancer.
Social justice lady.
Oh, sure, go the obvious way.
I mean, yeah.
Boring. Social justice lemon. It bursts into flames. Kate Johnson's not happy about him.
Has APR appeared yet?
Yeah.
Looks like no.
Oh, my window is too tall.
Oh, but yeah, she was saying that Pinball FX is coming to Steam soon. And
Neat.
they've got a lot of like old Bally and Williams pinball tables.
Ooh, classics.
And I'm pretty sure Williams was who made Bad Cats.
Shining.
So I am hoping...
Well, I think I know what to get Hams for his own birthday.
Why, thank you. That would be mighty kind of you.
I'm very happy, but I do. Do
Oh, and speaking of things coming to Steam, Live Alive is coming to Steam now. The
Oh, one day you'll finish that one.
the remaster
Another
of
reason
that.
to get a capture card. Except now it's on Steam, it doesn't get a capture card.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you get a capture card anyway.
I do. Although, really, like, the main thing I need a capture card for, I would need a capture card for, is PS3 games, and PS3s use HDCP, which I would need to find a way to circumvent to be able to capture.
Like, you could do, like, bragging rights for using actual hardware when streaming, like, SNES or Nintendo games.
I mean, there's that, I suppose.
Like, yeah, this is my actual NES freezing capture card.
But then I'd need even more hardware to be... Because, like, most capture cards nowadays, they like, especially the actual cards, it's just like an HDMI in. Because that's what most modern stuff uses. So I would need, like, an upscaler to be able to take the VGA outputs of those old consoles.
Don't they still make classic style capture cards specifically for console gaming? Stuff that takes VGA, stuff that takes RCA in some cases.
Capture devices, sure. Capture cards, I'm not sure about.
Maybe something that uses an old style PCI, which will fit into a PCIe slot. I think it needs to be like an X16 or something long enough for it. Or no, it'd be X8, I think. To fit in old style PCI.
No, like I've also seen like TV tuner cards, which...
Yeah, exactly, the RF switch one.
Yeah, I would rather avoid those. Just because the VGA out on old systems is better. Although...
You didn't play NES on channel 3 or 4?
I did, but the VGA out looks and sounds better, just in general. Although, to be fair,
I had the RCA cables, but I never used them.
Yep. My Super Nintendo is kind of broken, or at least the VGA out is kind of... Not VGA, RCA. The RCA out is kind of broken in that the I guess the chrominance of the signal, is that what it's called?
I'm not sure.
Like the luminance comes through just fine. I get a black and white picture.
Yeah, it's like luminance and chroma? What is this chroma?
And the chroma flickers. It's really hard to look at.
Especially as complex as some SNES sprites could be. Oh, I just had to feel queasy looking at that for a bit. Honestly, for some reason, the super detailed SNES sprites can make me feel queasy anyway after a while. That'd be like the heavily arpeggiated music sometimes. I think it's probably like a memory bridge thing. I used to like hang out at a friend's place playing SNES while eating absolute garbage and drinking far too much Dr. Pepper. So it could just be I remember feeling queasy from eating like an idiot while staying up till the next morning.
Yeah.
Playing like FF4 in its weird little fake co-op mode. Or FF2 as the cartridge called it.
Indeed.
Silly cartridge. That's incorrect.
Where is APR?
The funniest part is that when Woolsey called Edward Spoony, that really wasn't a bad localization, really.
Yeah. Like it's...
The trouble is he forgot that this was like going to kids who probably didn't know a word that old.
Of course, I mean, there's nothing wrong with tangential learning, you know?
Oh, certainly, but this
Like-
was like pre-internet. Only the nerdiest kids would go and grab a dictionary to see, like, can spoony mean something other than like a spoon? Because this just seems dumb.
Here we go. Now APR has seen us. What's this other notification I'm seeing? Oh, it's Lego Steppers. I can't do that right now.
Lego steppers.
Yeah,
That sounds incredibly painful.
that's the Delubrum Savage group.
Is it sponsored by Cal's Caltrips?
I will note, if anybody plays FF14 and wants to run Delubrum Regane Savage, Lego Steppers is an A+ group. They are great at teaching you how to do the content. They don't mind teaching. They will run you through every single time.
Ow!
Sorry, that phrasing. But yeah, they're good folks. It's always a blast running with them. And yeah. Go get those clears, get those Cerberus mounts, get that augmented Law's Order equipment.
Like dogmented.
Dogmented. Mint that dog.
Cerberus.
Yeah.
The 3 dogs.
Alright, well anyway. Let's there it is. So good evening, Internet. It is 8:17 p.m. on Thursday, March 30th, 2023. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark. Amsrai, DJ Amstrak, that's Daniel. And tonight we are going to be continuing Sunless Skies. We are finally headed to Eleutheria.
Yes.
Like, first thing tonight.
We are literally going to the circus, to Hybris, and Eleutheria.
Yup.
We've got several unlicensed farts aboard, so we can take care of whatever the heck we needed that for. And, like, half our crew has business in the area.
Yep.
We're making capital progress.
Capital progress. Capital. Yes, quite.
And we're slightly more heavily armed, so we're less likely to die.
Mm-hmm. We got rockets.
If I had a rocket oh wait, yes I do. Got a train with a rocket launcher.
Yeah. Like, you hear the title of that song and and it sounds like it would be a comedy song. No, that song is darkly serious, and it is so good.
RPG 7 Maker. That was even dumber than it sounded in my head.
Good job.
RPG Maker is somehow up to like over 1,000.
Let me adjust some things real quick. Go ahead and shut this.
Sounds
Yep.
It was misting like a cerulean gem earlier. That's kind of the case, huh?
That's this.
I don't believe you, Mr. Map. Kindly refresh.
There we go. There it is.
Here's some spots of drizzle. And a little spot of dreadfully potent wind is over by the arena.
I lifted the adapter and gravity took over and pulled the thing I was after away from me.
Gravity does that. Get what?
Hit a butt.
Remember, kids, gravity a butt.
Can't argue with that.
Do that.
Okay, now. Only got that stuff.
Now you've got cool little armor, which I guess you can't use yet.
Right.
Oh, you bought that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
I have that, which needs hard sway up there.
Could pump hearts enough to. Darn it. I think you might not be able to use that until after you get to the Blue Kingdom.
Quite possibly.
No, you have it. At least
Mhm.
it's there. Unless you pump your next few fastest for the darts, then you might be able to get them. To be able to just use it.
I think I'm going to want a lot of fuel and supplies since I'm going out into the unknown.
Uncharted sensor. Well, there are charts, but you don't have one.
Yeah. So that'll do right there. 13 each.
We need to get to Pan before we can. Yes. I guess you don't need that much, right? No, you can always get your last bit of supplies from Hybris, I think, but.
Well, last bit of supplies from Hybris, but fuel. Well, fuel from the circus, maybe, but yeah. I figure stock up now, and I'll probably find things along the way.
Circus. Now, I guess we can check if there's something the circus wants, or Hybris wants, but we should pick up nothing else.
If you recall, I accidentally took the, okay, oh yeah.
Yeah, that accident happened.
Yeah, after I signed off last time, when I clicked back into the game to save and quit and everything, I accidentally accepted one of the delivery mission things, one of the
Yeah, some little children
these things, yeah, for Lustrum, which I won't bother with right now. If I might come back and do them later if I wind up not replacing them with something else. But for now, I'm just not going to worry about them. I took both of them because they were both for Lustrum, and I figured if I took one, I may as well take the other. But if I drop one, I may as well drop the other. I just won't bother doing that until I need the slots. And I don't need the slots yet.
Slot machine sounds intensified. Ah, yes, and we found out those special hidden compartments will only hold illegal goods.
Yeah.
Which is stupid. I was gonna say that. I was gonna say they're stupid.
Okay, and I turned in my port reports last time.
Away we go!
that how? I don't understand.
It feels unnatural. Knuckles should be a certain size. Knuckles being long is weird.
Maybe it's just referring to, like, the long knuckle. You know?
I look at
As opposed to the short knuckles.
I see
As in, like,
very similar size, roughly 1-to-1 in aspect ratio structures. Is the bones of fingers, those are not knuckles. Those are knuckles. Knuckles are joint.
Report. Attend another performance. 4 Sky Stories, Vision of the Heavens.
Standards improved.
And Terrorless. No bargains.
The new big top shop. As opposed to the old big top shop. Hey, look, ours.
So it is.
No isopods trying to fight.
Very good.
Currently they're isopods. What really plays to fly when angry? Very, very large.
Oh yeah, hopefully I'll get another thing of hours before we get there, because I forgot to bring hours for passage.
Oops.
But that's fine. I have cash and I have permits. Oh, and there we go. Oop. And it's attacking. Techity Miner doesn't like. Why are they both?
I don't know. There's man. Bye. Not even mission.
Nope.
Just leave him to remark on how weirdly fast that engine was. I'm realizing the truth that their engine was just slow.
Yeah, not a good idea.
Lungs, man.
Terror has fallen.
Yep, interesting.
Oh boy, verdant seeds. That's exactly what I want. Oh, I missed a thing over there. Oh well. Up there's where I go next. Ooh. There's another thing. The zesty. Signal the wreck.
You don't have room.
It's fine. They'll bring something else. 2 supplies. They retrieve a survivor who is too weak to work, but will share their hoarded supplies with you.
Oh, cool.
Oh, jeez. I exploded.
Careful with the rockets.
Yeah.
That was that was a good target for the shotgun, not the rocket launcher.
Yeah, let's just repair. It's a little bit. Mm-mm.
The rocket launcher is great against these.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a stationary target with way too much HP?
Almost stationary anyway.
Kind of blow that up.
Ah, sure. Ooh. Basically.
Ooh, piece of cake.
I hope so. Yes!
Yay. There's far too glorpy here.
Mm-hmm.
And narrow. Oh, cool. The mole pastures.
I don't even want to imagine the smell.
Who has to run this place? This is just unpleasant.
A stone edifice scintillant with sigils is encased in a contrivance of steel and brass, or possibly contrivance. This is a Singh-Jenkins relay allowing transport via a loophole in some cosmic mandate to a far-flung district of heaven. This one leads to Eleutheria, a place of revolutionaries and malcontents. It is little used. Buy a travel permit. The superintendent eyes you sullenly from behind his bronzewood kiosk. Once you have a permit, you'll be able to travel to Eleutheria via the relay. Future captains in your lineage will inherit the permit. Whew. 800 sovereigns. Yeah, just 800 sovereigns, or 3 literature and 2 visions. Well, that's far cheaper, but this is what I have, so.
Yeah. And you're kind of welcome, so 800 is.
The unkempt man greets you with a groan. When you inquire about the cost of a travel permit, he winces. Could you be quieter? The whiff of alcohol offers an explanation as to his troubles. It is a work of many minutes for him to deposit your funds into a wall safe and fill in 2 separate ledgers, one stamped with the Eagle's Empyrean emblem. He passes you an ornately marked vellum scroll. It might look nice, but they don't fit in my filing cabinet. Bloomin' Empyrean show-offs. He apparently feels no need to be polite about London's once ally, even though it was Empyrean technology that helped open the door to the heavens. I need more to drink real quick. 1 second.
And only 1239 says, "Good morning. Just woke up and saw your stream."
Hello. Hello again, in case that wasn't audible from over there. Who was that?
And only 1239.
Oh, cool.
No contraband here.
Oh, and it doesn't cost hours here. Nothing to declare. Excellent, Captain. I won't be needing this after all. Travel to Eleutheria.
Huh. Yeah, they take Savage Seekers and tea.
Be warned, you may not be able to return from Eleutheria for some time.
Strange. Well, we have plenty of business there, so.
Yeah, that's true.
1239 says it was audible.
Very good. The burrower below is displeased with you.
Oh, crap.
The superintendent listens attentively, even takes notes. When you're done, he's almost friendly, going so far as to walk you back to your locomotive. You're barely aboard when the hour looms start up. The machinery grinds and stirs, the steam vents, the sigils of the edifice burn with sullen fire. A force like a great hand seizes your engine.
This.
Well, except I don't think we can get rid of... Oh, hello. We sure are.
Weird.
Several globs of Griever remain. They continue to spew livid ichor into the sky. The largest gobbet is still half covered in stiff, knobbled hide. It is probably sturdy enough to patch some fractured plating.
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that to start with. Its hide is wrinkled, the texture of baked elephant skin, and grimy with detritus accumulated during the Griever's long sleep. The creature must be centuries, even millennia old. You flay the hide off and stretch it over the cracks in your hull. That should do the trick. And once more. There we go.
Yeah, if you weren't watched, you would have gotten the ability to watch it.
Mm.
Not happy.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying, but mouse is not.
Mouse?
Not likely. Dig in its throat. %82 chance. Or decipher the sigils in its bones.
For a moment of inspiration.
That's...
Oh, trading visions for... Okay.
yeah. Moments of inspiration are good to have, though.
Oh, yeah,
And I have
yeah.
plenty of visions. I have 32 visions.
Yep.
Oh, that's 5 for moment of inspiration, though. That's kind of a lot.
I thought it was 2 to 1. Anyway.
Yeah.
I wonder how many sovereigns you can get in this case.
Let's find out. A crewman holds the mouth open for you. You endure the meat stink and the gelatinous saliva and the bile bubbles for as long as you can, digging gem shards and glittering relic fragments from the flesh.
Oh. 50 though.
Mm-hmm. Something. And only that option for this one, so I guess I may as well.
Yeah, mate.
The Grievers are not one of Mr. Darwin's cosmic accidents. They were made. The sigils, you believe, describe their purpose and their place. You identify a symbol of consumption, another of duty or responsibility, another of violation. As best as you can tell, when the laws of distance were broken, when there existed places that should not be, the Grievers were sent to correct the situation.
So, like the creepy little ball monsters in the Link universe. Charged with the duty to consume that which shouldn't be there.
You missed. Let's do that again. And I did see something. Hermits and mystics often retreat to places like this. A single candle burns in the cave entrance, not to offer light, but to deepen the darkness beyond. The hermit's puckered skin is a mass of fungal blooms and the purple-leafed flowers of twilight. They tend to them with a sliver of obsidian, delicately carving weeds from their flesh. Ooh, that's a good trade.
You also get a 7th secret and a little more for supplies. Interesting.
Yeah.
Be a condemned experiment.
The hermit cuts a purple flower from their shoulder, licking the blood from the stem. They wrap it tight and place it in an old chipped cup full of gathered rainwater, stirring with the obsidian shard until it runs dark. They offer it. There is no refusing. When you wake up, only blessed fragments of nightmare remain. Burning at their core is an eye, the same one you now see repeated again and again in the hermit's garden of flesh.
Unsettling.
Uh-huh. Very. That's what I was thinking. Good idea. That's not the right button. Keyboard. There we go. Nope. There. Spacebar was the bad button in something.
Press it. Oh, no.
Yeah. Let's go see what that is.
Here's somebody found the Port of Atlas. So Jared's gonna get
Why? Come on.
It's a little river scale? Oh, yeah, there's.
Yeah.
Where's Atlas? Oh, this will be the word. Drop that? Find the port. Yeah. Good man.
You disembark onto a soggy wooden platform, barely supported by the marsh mud below. It leads past several squalid huts and the hulls of scavenged engines to the warmth of a marketplace on wooden stilts. Nearby, what remains of an ancient monastery just holds on against the ravages of time and the swampy ground below. Something is going on down the other side of the monastery. Fire flickers. Treachery carries on the wind. A woman smoking a cigarette watches from the shadows, unaware of your presence, as a group of grizzled skyfarers attempts to force the monastery's doors. Unlike the crumbling stone, these are made of solid, new metal, and more than up to the task of repelling the attack. However, with every blow against them, the monastery itself seems to shudder. Dust rains from high up. Stones creak. It will not take much before something gives. Yeah, let's intervene. You summon a few of your crew with a wave back to the locomotive. Before you can join the attack, however, Hojo Toho! Hojo Toho! The war cry echoes through the marsh. Urchins, ring-breakers from old London, from the look of them, surge at the attackers, armed with broomsticks with sharp objects taped on the end, colander helmets, and cardboard armor. In the name of the Valkyrie, they shout, launching their attack. For Sigrid! They swiftly rout the attackers. The woman with the cigarette is long gone, leaving behind nothing but the smell of expensive ash. Rotting wooden huts on... No, that's not the same thing. Rotting wooden huts on stilts stretch up out of the marshland, connected by rickety walkways and gently swaying rope bridges. Red paper lanterns line the paths, offering just enough flickering light to avoid unfortunate tumbles into the dark mud below. Ringbreaker urchins in colander helmets and tea-tray armor stand to slack attention, longing for a little trouble. Compile a port report. Everything here seems to revolve around tea and spice, and a special blend made in the monastery that nobody you speak to appears to have tasted. We are not worthy of Midnight's favor, they all tell you through unsmiling faces, before offering you a special deal on some other blend or incense that they just happen to have. Visit the Court of Tea and Spices. The bulk of the market is devoted to brews and incense, and the almost priceless Midnight's favor. Every breeze carries a different scent. Clouds of rich scents hang in the air. Though the market is small, it is bustling with both London and native Eleutherian traders. Each cramped stall and barrow is piled high with the region's finest tea leaves, opiates, salts, and spices.
Only 1239 says, I like these games because the writing is so good. I'll never be able to write like that.
Right?
You can with practice.
many of the spice merchants have tattoos on their left cheek denoting what they sell. The Londoners present have yet to adopt the tradition. Although this port is mostly famed for its homegrown Midnight's Favor, it is quickly becoming a trade hub for every flavor and blend of tea you could possibly wish for. Customers don't brew them, but bite into the leaves and lick samples off their fingers. Stories say it is blacker than night and tastes even deeper. Your inquiries draw little but averted eyes and apologies that they are not worthy of Midnight's favor. The select few who trade in it consider it far too precious to simply sell. This would be a good place to stock up, especially if you can haggle. Murgatroyd's Taste of Albion. Even out here you can get a mug of Murgatroyd's finest. Although one of the more professional-looking barrows in the market, the Murgatroyd family's special tea blends have gained little traction. Proprietress Amberly Murgatroyd glares at you from behind a slender cigarette holder, twitching at the inconvenience of your presence. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Pay to let the clay conductor spend time with Amberly's assistants. He is eager to speak to the claymen in her employ. Just don't let him give them any ideas, Amberly tells you. The clay conductor requests that they sing for him. The other claymen look reluctant, embarrassed even, but one with shale skin steps forward. It has been too long, but we should still sing. Following his lead, the claymen launch into a mournful, hollow aria that resonates within your rib cage. Even Amberly Murgatroyd shivers as the last notes die away. The clay conductor is quiet for a long minute. At last he gives his verdict. No. He stomps away, back towards your engine. Speak with Amberly Murgatroyd. There aren't many fellow Albioners this far into Eleutheria. Are you here to buy? Amberly glances around, looking for a distraction. If you're not here to buy, I don't know why you're here. Unless, she sizes you up. Perhaps. Perhaps? That sounds like an opportunity in the offing. Not interested. This doesn't sound like your kind of business. Perhaps? Amberly lights a fresh cigarette. I'm sure you've heard of Midnight's Favor. It's all anyone wants around here. Well, I have plans to deal with that. Were you to assist me when the moment presents itself, well, I would be most grateful, in a most profitable way for both of us. For us both. Ask about Midnight's Favor. Even if it is the competition, she must know about it. Oh, we are not worthy of Midnight's favor, Amberly snaps, her tone suggesting that she's parroting someone else. Haven't touched the stuff. Can't wait to get back to Albion and never hear about it again. When I'm running the business, she catches herself. Well, I'll have my sights set rather higher than beverages. Ask about Sigrid and the urchins. The urchins seem young to be in a position of authority. Fingers squeezed white around a cigarette holder. That little scrot and her infernal playmates, Amberly shakes her head. I blame the parents if she'd had any. No discipline. A few damn good spankings never did me any harm. Today's youth could do with getting to know the back end of a slipper. Just look at my sister Melusine.
We've met Melusine. I know she actually turned out that great.
The Murgatroyd Company is known for more than tea and crackers. There is little you cannot learn at their salons for the right price. Amberly looks at you with disdain. Oh, please. Even if I had time for Father's Spymaster games, exactly how much do you think one overhears on the edge of nowhere? She takes a long, pointed drag from her cigarette. Honestly, if you must waste someone's time with such nonsense, go annoy my sister Melusine. I think we stashed her somewhere in the Reach. Her and her ridiculous inventions. Yes, I'm sure she's nothing better to do than listen to you. Purchase a caddy of tea at these prices. It is no wonder the stall is so quiet. 90 gold. Or 90 sovereigns. Yeah, no thanks. Affiliation Bohemia.
What do you have, at least, is it?
Yeah.
You could get some bulk tea, right?
Here we go. The steps lead up to a wooden temple landscaped with flowers and gravel. Not just anyone is welcome. Mere money will not grease the wheels. The noise of the market slowly fades as you follow the rickety wooden steps down to the marsh. Bohemians calling themselves midnight connoisseurs have built a wooden pagoda overlooking the monastery to savor the taste of the leaves that grow within. Ask the midnight connoisseurs about the tea. How good can it be to be worth so much trouble? You would even ask? In this place, so close to its presence, the midnight connoisseurs stare at you coldly from behind their teacups. You need a connoisseur of fine teas, too. You have one. Okay.
Ah, so you have to try more weird teas.
Mm-hmm.
At that place that had them.
Yep. Melusine's place, in fact. Enter the House of Silks. A sleepy warmth oozes through the curtains. Admission is free. What awaits inside is negotiable. The curtains part with a sickly sweet breath of incense. Velvet wraps the inside of the hut like a fine chocolate box, with silk curtains delicately hanging down to provide translucent privacy for guests. Behind the shadows of wealthy traders lie in the embrace of soft, well-plumped cushions, gently sipping from bronze hookah pipes until their eyes and troubles are somewhere else entirely.
I hope that's not as literal as I fear it to be.
Request an audience with Mr. Pipes. The hooded proprietor keeps to itself at the back of the house. A particularly large hookah pipe delivers smoke into the darkness of its cloak. A gramophone beside it quietly plays a Bach concerto.
Ah, one of the old masters.
Mm-hmm. Or speak with the relaxing lieutenant. He sits stiffly in full dress uniform, awkwardly sipping from a hookah. Sit down with the hookah pipe. The cushions are soft. The honeyed incense is sweet. Ask about Midnight's Favor. A place like this should have the specialty of the port. Sure.
I'm sure they're not worthy of Midnight's Favor.
A serving boy returns, bowing apologetically. Mr. Pipes is relaxing and has no interest in either chitter or chatter. If you have business, you may present it to one of the staff. Otherwise, his master encourages you to avail yourself of the facilities. All right, speak with the lieutenant. Blast it. Don't suppose you know how these... Ah, thank you so kindly. He takes his first real puff from the pipes and coughs. Don't suppose you've seen a captain of mine, have you? About this high, so wide. Last seen heading into those damned marshes on some wild goose chase. Well, if you do, you should know there's a bit of a reward on offer. Silly old bluffer gets lost just walking up and down our train. You settle down next to a fellow captain, a tea trader from the Blue Kingdom, still smoking through her death mask, and a figure who prefers to keep their identity private. There is little conversation. The incense is strong, and each breath from the hookah only serves to wrap the world in fresh, warm layers of cotton wool and half-remembered dreams. Terror has fallen. An occurrence, your incense dreaming quality, is now 1996.
Alright. Cool.
The year that Bill Clinton was reelected.
Oh, that's wacky.
I'm not really sure what else to make of that number.
So, are these people also unworthy of Midnight's favor, I wonder?
The serving girl shakes her head. We're not worthy of Midnight's favor. Perhaps. In the distance, her cloaked master raises an arm, or at least a sleeve, just a little. A summons. Excuse me, please. The Vigilant Nightingale, an old, mostly picked-apart locomotive, acts as the ring-breaker urchin's kip and base of operations. Two of them guard it sleepily. One of the urchins jabs at you with their weapon, a broomstick with a knife on the end. Friend or foe? Friend, delivered with an encouraging smile. The urchins salute. Good, good. Enter, friend.
Speak friend and enter.
This broken-down engine has been comprehensively gutted to service the ring-breaker's home and base. Filthy hammocks stretch between metal bars, most full of snoring urchins. Others sit around decorating tea tray armor with bright paints or sparring playfully with wooden sticks. Visit the captain's cabin. The door leads to one of the few rooms that hasn't been gutted. A series of names have been scratched into it and then scratched out. The only one still readable says Sigrid. Enter, barks a high-pitched voice. Sigrid Spite's daughter, Valkyrie of the Ringbreakers, and the closest thing this port has to law. Despite being the youngest Ringbreaker to be declared Valkyrie, Sigrid has the glare of a seasoned general and the scars to back it up. She sits sternly behind a mahogany desk, almost as tall as she is, carefully engrossed in a copy of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. It is a show of military diligence, only slightly undercut by it being upside down. Why are the urchins acting like the constabulary in this port? Sigrid's face is a mixture of pride in her job and irritation at being questioned. Don't just be thinking we're a bunch of kids. You hear of the Valkyrie? Greatest warrior in old London, she was. Yeah, well, in her name, we kicked out the old bugger what brought us to the wilderness to clean out his chimneys or whatever, and now we've a home. Can't blame us for wanting to protect it, right? Even if it is a bit damp in bits. Course, she adds, can't stay here forever. Rule one of the Ringbreakers. When you're old enough, that's when it's time to go out and find fortune out there, and find others to fill their places. All welcome. Just gotta swear by our code, and they're welcome to grab a hammock. Least, long as they don't fart too much in their sleep.
No farters. Sorry, Roland.
Ask about the monastery. It dominates the port, but stands apart from it. Never been in myself, Sigrid admits. Them bohemian types in town are said to know a way, but it ain't through the front door. Anyway, without the tea from the place, we'd not have much of a home. Reckon we'll keep defending it. A Valkyrie don't need thanking. Ask about Midnight's favor. She must know about the brew that's made this port's name. Yeah, like them snooty bohemian types that let us try the stuff, Sigrid shrugs. No big problem. Nothing's wrong with juice, not unless you drink it after brushing your teeth. Just don't brush 'em, that's what I say. Probably bad for 'em anyway, working 'em over like that. Ask about the War of Midnight. What's going on between her crew and the attackers? Sigrid's face darkens. Shouldn't let that Amberly Murgatroyd get her boots dry after striding into port. We know it's her trying to destroy the Midnight Tea so everyone will buy Daddy's old scrapings instead. But she's tricksy, and with them clay men of hers always around, we can't go accidentally pushing her off into the marsh. But we'll get her. Oh yeah. %41 chance of success. And I'm pretty sure I'm already iron spec'd, yeah. Ooh, they are good fighters. A series of iron bars have been welded into the stern, ready to hold anyone who might do the port harm. A mix of angry, doleful, and drunk eyes stare back at you from the darkness. All the prisoners have been stripped to their underthings. The ring breakers do their best to keep them happy by regularly throwing them boiled sweets. It doesn't appear to be working. Examine a prominent statue. It sits in the middle of the dock, untouched by chalk scribbles or damage. A couple of tattooed spice merchants lean against it, quietly eating their lunch. The mysterious founder, it can be assumed. If not, someone equally important to the market port. They look somewhat more imp than man, with a flag on their lapel that matches the crest on the nearby wreck of the Vigilant Nightingale. Peering closely, there is a plaque between the figure's feet. Someone has scratched out all the details. Perhaps the subject themselves preferring to maintain a sense of mystery, or plausible deniability. Walk down to the monastery. The path is narrow and poorly lit. Not many venture this way. Petrified veins run down the side of this ancient structure. Two giant, featureless doors block the crumbling entrance, far too large for any human to open. The metal is unfamiliar, but resilient. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said of the monastery itself. The ages have not been kind. You need 4 soul flaws. You have 1. Interesting. I've cured some of my soul flaws, so...
I see.
Yeah. Head into the marshes. A pair of urchins guard the path out of the market. Wouldn't, warns the older of the two. Nothing out there but plants wanting to eat your face off, and water what drives you potty. But they show no interest in stopping you. The marsh beckons. The lights of the port slowly fade. Beyond lies a forested gray swamp, misted over and filled with leafless black trees that claw at the air. Few venture out here except to gather incense from what they call Aklis's garden. There are no maps to it. Many do not return. But your head is clear. The path ahead looks manageable. You have nothing to fear.
Cigarettes!
The swamp slurps at your boots. The mist makes it impossible to gauge any real direction. You might have been turned around 100 times and never know it. Follow the water currents. Time passes. The only way forward is to forge through a bitterly cold river. Tiny creatures bite at your flesh the whole way. Your stomach rumbles. It may have been days since you last ate, or weeks. With no day cycle, it can be hard to tell. Every footstep is increasingly difficult to finish.
Yikes.
Mm.
Should probably check to see if this is dangerous.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to head back then. The water and land seems to shift before your eyes. Was it this way you came? Or this way? That tree looks familiar, but wait. For a moment you feel as if you have walked in a circle. This is possible. It may also be a trick of the light, or madness. Your voice echoes in the perpetual night. Echo, echo, echo. The mud bubbles. The air here is poison.
Ah, okay. That's, there's an insanity counter. It's pretty low right now.
You climb down a hill to see the ground writhing. Snakes. Thousands of them. Something howls in the distance. It sounds angry, or in incredible amounts of pain. You feel dizzy. So dizzy. You climb down a hill to the snakes. Your legs ache. Everything aches. Down in the mud, a sharp pain. A snake slithers away, its killing instincts bigger than its stomach. A clean-looking stream gives you a much-needed chance for a drink and to wash off some of the mud. A rumble from far away, the sound of screams. What passes for the undergrowth is suddenly 1,000 rabbits on the run. You hear music in the distance. The music of Albion, the music of home.
Insanity counter's up to 12. It goes to 26.
Is there anything to be done here?
This is annoying. Into mad blackout. Encounter. Okay, strange. Chance of not successfully leaving. Okay.
You emerge from the marsh, much to the surprise of the ringbreaker urchins guarding the torchlit entrance. Still, it will be a while before your head is ready for another trip out there.
So I guess you just kind of mostly derp around and slowly go insane until you randomly get encounters of various sorts. Which occasionally allow you to do things.
Yeah, like I remember the guy in the hookah place saying his captain had wandered out there.
That's this tiresome cliche. Okay, that's a silly one. Oh, that's actually really. I wish you gotten that. It would funny. Ridiculous, I did that one again because it's silly.
Yeah.
And apparently not actually dangerous. If you actually go nuts out there, you lose a small amount of sovereigns and wake up in the engine.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
And you may actually find Atlas's guide. Which
Anyway.
is sovereigns.
The Aklis signs. The Skylarks have carved their glyphs into one of the wooden posts at the station's periphery.
Freaking descriptions made it sound like it was dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Or in the Z, you could freaking die.
As you and the vagabond approach, you find a wildly unkempt man slumped nearby, surrounded by a small fortress of empty bottles. "You a Skylark?" asks the vagabond. "Sort if I am," slurs the man. "Skylarks aren't supposed to get drunk near the station," grumbles the vagabond. "Gives us a bad name among the crews and the captains. It's against the code, and I should know because I wrote it." Yeah, I have plenty of tales of terror. Let's go with that. Sober the Skylark up with a good horror story. He stares up at you and attempts a rude gesture. He ends up poking himself in the eye. You crouch next to the gin-soaked Skylark and launch into a story about the predators that lurk in the darkness above, their scope for cruelty matched only by the vastness of their apathy. In the face of unimaginable, omnivorous scorn, you say, the only thing we can cling to is a code. To abandon the Skylark code is to subside. By the time you are finished, he is pale as a bedsheet and apologizes for his inebriation. The vagabond chuckles and claps you on the back. You crouch beside the post and examine the signs that have been carved down its length. The stickman above 3 squares tells us that Aklis is a good place to fence stolen goods, translates the vagabond, tracing signs with one filth-blackened finger. The 3 lines connecting the badge and the sock means the local police are urchins. The pipe and the smiling face means you can buy good tobacco at below market rates.
Quivers was right. One of these signs doesn't have a translation.
Yeah, if Quivers was right, one of these signs doesn't have a translation. The vagabond hands you his code book. Comparing the sign scratched on the post to the vagabond's well-worn code book, you find one that lacks a translation. Circle within spiral within teardrop, a sign more intricate than those that surround it. When you point it out, the vagabond whistles. "That's new," he says, pulling a pencil stub from behind his ear and copying it. "I'll cross-reference it to the other Skylark signs and see if I can arrive at a meaning." He slips the book back into his pocket and lifts the drunk Skylark to his feet. "What's your name, friend?" he asks amicably, steering him away from the station. The vagabond is speaking earnestly with the drunk Skylark. While he is occupied, you spot Ratbite. She's followed you from your engine. Now she tries to hurry away. You follow. When you catch up, you find her shaking with fear. "Don't trust him," she whispers. "I've heard stories. They call him Old Tom, if the rumors are right." A heavy hand on your shoulder. "What's this about rumors?" asks the vagabond with a broad smile. I'll improve the friendship with the vagabond. Because, so what if he's Old Tom?
Yeah, he is Old Tom. We already know that.
Yeah. Ratbite opens her mouth to offer a rebuttal, then glances at the grinning vagabond and changes her mind. She turns and flees into the town. Good riddance," says the vagabond cheerfully. He walks you back to the engine, regaling you at length with tidbits he's learned about the drunk fellow's travels and personal history. Was there anything else? I don't think there was.
Yeah, we already know he's Old Tom. He made a wish at the well that's named after him, and then he found like a sanctuary or something in the Mother Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Got rich. We've been in his mansion. Talked to his butler. He got tired of being rich and decided to go traipsing about.
Yep.
You want to be an adventuring sky hobo? Let's go, Bo. New spite.
Something over there.
Oh yeah, so now you're back aboard. You talked to Cliff.
Ah, yes. Okay. His meeting with Amberly Murgatroyd's assistant, assistance was not a success.
Indeed, it was not.
The clay conductor is brooding on his bunk. He's holding the urn containing the rubble of his friend. There is no one else like him, the conductor admits. I shall sing no more. He lapses into silence and will not speak again. Perhaps he's right. Perhaps there is no one who can sing in the way the conductor wishes. But you have heard certain stories. You might just have an idea. You may not know someone who can help, but perhaps there is a somewhere. On an old eroded chart, you have seen a place called the Forge of Souls. Together you pore over the chart and the suppositions of travelers and traders. You find reference to a Forge of Souls, a fabled foundry of the Blue Kingdom, where new people can be made. Your efforts have proved that the person the conductor seeks does not exist. Therefore, it is necessary to invent them. The conductor's eyes shine like lit coals. Yes, Captain, we will go there. We will make a suitable companion, one with a voice to match mine. He does not bother to mention other characteristics. Seduce the clay conductor? What?
Well, that's certainly an option. Sheesh.
No, thank you. Not interested. Study the book. The amiable vagabond sits at his desk, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. He's copied out the untranslated signs from Quiver's notebook and added the one you discovered at Aklis. They're new signs, but familiar, says the vagabond. Variations and combinations of existing symbols. We should be able to decipher them now they're complete. Help him decipher the signs. If you leave him alone, he entirely loses focus. He'd rather spend his time playing the fiddle or getting up to mischief with the crew.
Guess we'll have to engage in shenanigans if it's out of secret.
After hours of discussion, dozens of messy diagrams, and an industrial quantity of coffee, you manage to piece together the meaning. They're claiming that the sugar-spun garden can be found within Old Tom's Well, says the vagabond, sitting back and stroking his beard. That must be where our man Quivers has gone. This is the last thing I expected. You ask him why. His laugh is bereft of humor. Because I am Old Tom, and I can assure you that no paradise awaits within the well that bears my name.
Yeah, we already know you're Old Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. Ooh, he has some stuff to that.
Mm-hmm. Ask if he saw anything within Old Tom's Well. According to legend, he made a wish, and it was granted. The vagabond shudders. Aye, I saw gold. A gleam of gold amidst a copse of pale trees, and nothing else but darkness. It spoke to me, in a voice like lightning striking an oak, and made an offer. I accepted. You pry further, but he is reticent. What else is there to say? He mutters. It made me rich. Others have journeyed to the well since then, seeking their fortunes, but I'm the only one it spoke to. I don't know why.
There was a price. Don't know what it was, but it sounds like there was a price.
Mm-hmm.
This is even my a priori knowledge striking. I can smell the writing.
Someone's hidden a code within a code, and it points to the abyss that bears the vagabond's name. My sister, the vagabond injects a viper's worth of venom into the word. She's formed a cult which clings to the well's edge and worships the thing that dwells within, chasing on my heels as always. It's never talked to her, only to me. His eyes glitter gloatingly for a moment. Perhaps she thinks she can change that through sacrifice. Perhaps that's why she's luring skylarks to her lair. He taps the ash from his pipe, staring through the window. We must stop her. It's my duty as a king to protect my people. Why did you hide your identity for so long? Why do you think I left my mansion in Lustrum? Asks the vagabond. It wasn't just the wanderlust. I have debts, and enemies, comrade. Enemies and debts. Not least among them is my sister, who has always been jealous of my success. She'd stop at nothing to bring me down, and she's powerful in her own right. Quivers must have gone there seeking paradise, and many other skylarks besides. The vagabond grimaces. That was the only condition of my bargain with the thing in the well, he says. I could never go back. He taps his chin thoughtfully. But I always knew that one day I'd need to return. So when I was living in Lustrum, I sent for all sorts of scholars, mystics, engineers. In the end, they devised a ritual that could break the curse. To complete it, I'll need to go to the Failbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve. He gazes at you for a moment as though weighing you up. And I'll need your help.
It shall be done, Tom.
Yeah.
I assumed he wanted to go to the well, but nope. He actually wants to go to the nature reserve first. And I balls that up. I'm so sorry.
Oops.
I'm starting to think that's what we needed for the unlicensed farming. So yeah. The next time you're docking, probably want to turn the signal book back on.
Yeah. Here we are.
Hello, little Drek. What have you?
On supplies.
Yes, that's
So, oh, hello.
Oh! Another well? Are you... Splintered arches entangling my space in a world of distinguishment things. Oil of midnight spills into the bells.
Bong. Bong. Oop. Yep. Two of them. Yay. Oops. I derped.
The face. Ooh, its digestive system
Failure.
contains never-ending gemstones.
Oh no.
Oh,
You hold the mouth open while the crewman crawls in and digs splinters of precious stones from the throat, but he reaches too far, slips and slides down the throat. The scream continues for a long time, before vanishing into the distance, far longer than it should have taken to reach the griever's stomach. Freaky.
it wasn't. Ooh, vision in the heavens.
I don't see how badly that one could go. Success. Ooh, another Eleutherian mystery, too. It's the bones that catch your attention, specifically their marrow. A sigil is imprinted in it. Splitting a bone, you extract and slice the marrow. Every inch you find a different sigil. Something has been written in the griever's bones. And again, failure. How? The crewman assists you. Unfortunately, his lamp provokes frenzied palpitations in the griever's remains, causing an organ to rupture and spray him with ichor. The substance inflicts a fatal episode of grief upon him, contaminated by the griever's anguish, too vast for a mortal to contain or understand. He raves about such parts of it as he can grasp. The grievers mourn a light that died, one that they served. Is that why they respond so violently to light? They wake, thinking it might be the light they worshipped, and then are reminded of their loss.
Dirks and Andrews.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they served the sun that used to rule this place.
Mm. Foregone Arch. Clocks are not welcome in Pan. Instead, the musical piping that emits from the adamant idol dictates the time. The devils of the Brazen Brigade interpret it and inform the city of the current hour and the activities associated with it. An hour may be of any duration, the longest one on record lasted a month, and they occur in no fixed order. A wise captain heeds the hour before setting foot in Pan. It is the hour of leaving, when thoughts turn to far-off places. Sometimes the idol's piping is rhythmic and stirring. This is the hour of leaving, when wanderlust sweeps the city like a sudden plague.
Oh, Colin, you get your hair back.
This clot of sable groves is home to the devils of the Brazen Brigade. At its heart stands the adamant idol, whose arrhythmic piping determines the current hour in Pan. The Brazen Brigade are its interpreters. They promise they are utterly impartial.
Oh, I missed that. Anolivan said I roll for seduction. On the Clayman, I'm sure.
The Temple of Almost Time. One ruin rises above the rest. Dismal in its desolation, it commands the grove. From its broken windows, the adamant idol can be seen, like the moon viewed from a tower. The commanders and knights of the Brazen Brigade reside within. Here their solemnest rituals and their dearest venerations are performed. Ooh, can exchange moments of inspiration for cryptic benefactors here.
I think we know a curious element.
The Grove of Far Too Late. Here the Brazen Brigade venerate the saints of hell. Reliquaries speckle the ground like gemstones on a cardinal's vestments. A hill rises from the grove. Halfway up it, a broken temple rests below soaring arches. Behind the hill, from the center of Pan, the adamant idol is clearly visible. Long shadows move below the arches, swaying to the arrhythmic wail of the pipes. Walk in the fiefdom of the Brazen Brigade, the devils that aspire to seize heaven's thrones. Thou hast taken, and shalt not render again. The carved faces of saints peer down at you from arches and columns. Some have expressions of serenity, their many mouths gently smiling. Other, more ecstatic saints are contorted in sanctified rapture. A curious dilettante waves you to join him by a sunken arch. You're just in time. They're about... He's cut off by the sound of horns. A troop of devils thunder past. A single devil in a suit is their quarry. They pursue him to the boundary of the grove, where he disappears in the mists. They hate the Republicans of their kin, the dilettante whispers. They will not suffer equality here. Artist tolerated by the brigade for his sympathies with their splendor, he likes to be of help to newcomers to the brigade. He's interested in sharing stories of Eleutheria. Could there be a place for you here, amongst the ranks of these renegade devils pining for all their slaughtered saints? The Order of the Piper welcomes mortal souls. This does not sound like my kind of place. But I don't yet know what other factions there are here, so... What can he tell you about himself? Does he know more about the Brazen Brigade? He looks up from his sketchbook. I wished to witness suffering. Not out of sadism, you understand, but my station in life has always been privileged. My art, myself, lacks something for it. Wishing to learn more of injustice, of doomed causes, I came here. The Brigade have been very accommodating. I think they appreciate the interest. As for the Brigade, they are unique among devils I've known. Their saints are the grand devils who once served in the heavens but rebelled and were cast down or imprisoned or fled. The stories are inconsistent on the point.
Now read me your hand while I come here.
Yeah, this does not appear to be Pan proper, though. This...
Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the headquarters of one faction.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone forgot to remove that.
Yep. Katie. Yeah, Mom hasn't been feeling good today. It's like bad headache. So we didn't actually make it to the hospital for me today.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
You want to do something about that real quick?
Yeah, I should.
That should probably be part of the pre-stream checklist.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry everyone. We've got like a bit of cardboard clipped to the rabbit cage for him to play with, and unfortunately, that's a very loud thing to happen during stream. Because he shakes his little cage. It goes ding like a dang bell.
Oof.
A feline eccentric.
A woman sits at the station side in oil-stained overalls. As exuberant as an old pirate den of the Caribbean, Pan's station teems with thieves and merchants, smugglers and evangelicals of inventive new cults. In a grove nearby is the seat of the Cypress King, who has little power. Three overfed, baleful cats lounge near her. I'm looking for work, she says, climbing to her feet. The cats observe you with naked hostility. I'm afraid they're part of the package, she says, indicating them.
Officer!
Yep. You always have room for a good engineer, even one with cats. Sure.
There's two. A bunch of Oddballs. They can hang out with the useless cat.
As she climbs aboard, she pats your locomotive's boiler fondly. Hello, my girl. She makes her way towards her new cabin. The cats tangle around her feet, almost tripping her. Visit the Cypress King. Pan has no ruler, but it does have a king. The position is not a powerful one, nor secure. Their only real authority is to rule on any disagreements that can't be settled at the forum. During the Hour of Thorns, anyone can challenge the king and, if successful, take the crown. In a burgundy grove, shaggy with vines and moss, the current Cypress King resides, a scarred smuggler with iron-gray hair and a knife in her hands. She has an assessing gaze and an inclination towards unnecessary frankness. Storytelling is forbidden in Pan, and one of the duties of the Cypress King is to trade mysteries for Skyfarer stories before they can be inflicted on the city at large. Okay, sure. In a private audience, the rules in Pan say that a story can only be told to one other person. You reveal your information to the king. In turn, they hint at Eleutheria's boundless secrets, to the reason the sun darkened, the nature of the war that was once fought here, to the ancient duties of the grievers and departed that now haunt the wilds.
Ah, it's a local currency.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't realize the relay station was broken. That's what I was wondering about.
Yeah. The relay station by which you entered the region was broken. How then might you leave? You're informed that the Eagles Empyrean, London's nominal allies in opening the path to the sky, maintain a transit gate that leads back to the Reach. The Empyrean lies somewhere in Eleutheria, beyond the belt of midnight.
Okay, there's a more different. Searing enigmas.
Hmm.
In exchange for some secrets. One moment of inspiration.
And 2 crew.
And why does it cost crew?
I don't know.
And I guess you can go ahead and do 1, because it's currently the hour of wandering. You should easily be able to get crew back.
I'd rather not. I have a good number of searing enigmas anyway.
Oh, you do?
I mean, not a not bad number anyway.
About 5 or more?
4.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Here is Pan, the dusky heart of Eleutheria, built upon the sundered remains of a cathedral of the heavens, now overgrown with midnight groves. It is a refuge for rebels, outcasts, and pariahs, for the unloved, the unmourned, and the unbelievable. Several factions have claimed fragments of the ruins, but the central dock is a neutral ground. It heaves with crowds, and the air is filled with cries and music and raving and laughter. Spend a mystery to repair half the damage. That's kind of weird and not something I would want to do at this level of health.
Yep, especially considering you can easily get a full repair from a griever.
Yeah.
And not truly full of it, but with your iron, it'd be more than enough.
Yeah. Help your aunt find February. Your aunt's attempts to find out what happened at the St. Dustin's Rendezvous have led you to Winter's Reside and to the Calendar Council. I've sent back the card. She's expecting us, your aunt says, leading you through the tumbled ruin of Pan, limned by pale moonlight. She's sending a coach. We're to wait here. Your aunt rummages in her handbag as you wait. Boiled sweet, she says hopefully. It looks as if it could crack your jaw. Suit yourself. The only sound as you wait is the crunch of the sweet. And then, slowly and silently, a black carriage appears through the mist. The masked driver bids you enter the cabin. Your aunt does not hesitate to get in. Come along, she says impatiently, beckoning you inside.
What's with the English and boiling things?
The sedan leaves you on the crooked street of Winter's Reside in front of a severe townhouse. The door is open and the lights are on. A handsome woman waits in the doorway to greet you. Her smile is wintry and her eyes pale as new frost. I got your card. I'm willing to talk. Come inside. She attended the St. Dunstan's rendezvous. She must be able to tell you what was discussed. Afraid I can't much help, old thing, February says as she ushers you into her parlor. White moonlight floods its great bay windows. Anything you can tell us, your aunt says before gasping. Dearie me, almost forgot. She fishes in her enormous handbag and produces the bottle of brandy. For old time's sake. How lovely, February murmurs. I'll fetch some glasses. She leaves the two of you alone. Your aunt immediately starts rummaging under the cushions. She's hiding something. I was very junior at the time, practically a secretary, February's voice floats through. Your aunt stands up straight as February returns, carrying 3 glasses. February hands you each a glass and your aunt's brandy. London did approach us about building an unclear bomb. We had an enemy in common, the masters of old London. The Calendar Council helped make them an unclear bomb. We used it to blow up the sun. She shrugs. But that's ancient history. Not sure why you bothered me with all this. Still, shall we raise a toast? To old acquaintances never forgot. Raise your glass. The brandy is amber as the death of a sun. Your aunt's eyes are on February. February raises her brandy glass like a conductor preparing her orchestra. To the end of all tyrannies, to alliances forged for the breaking of chains. Your aunt nods and begins to sip her brandy. Her expression is worrying, hazardous almost. Seeing her drink, February follows suit.
These two don't trust each other.
Mm-mm.
Except for drinks.
Both of them have begun to drink, it seems. I'll follow suit.
Yeah, unless like a glass is poisoned. Maybe that I think this event kill you or anything. Holy crap, it's freaking... What? You lost an iron? Ouch. Rude.
The brandy is sharp. It sits in your stomach, queasy and ebullient as the moment before a riot. Does this taste a little off to you? February asks and keels over. Your aunt pours the remainder of her brandy onto the floor. Dearie me, she's even more susceptible than I remembered. You'll be fine, mostly. I'll get you the antidote back on board. Help me have a rummage through her papers, will you? You spend a frantic few minutes searching February until you discover a folio concealed in her left boot. This'll do, your aunt says. Now let's make sure we're not seen leaving.
Okay, I guess you should have feigned drinking. What the heck, woman?
Mm-hmm.
Why? That costs a point of iron.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I should.
What's the effort to bring you here? And you going free... Madam! Rude. I wonder if you would have lost a nut point to something else if you... and...
There we go. 2 more crew.
The cruelest month.
Is there anything else here? No.
Oh, bloody arse. Yep, if you fake it, you don't lose the iron.
Dang it. Oh well.
Darn, I didn't think that'd be hazardous.
Yeah, me neither.
I didn't want to, like, be cheating all the time. Come on.
Yeah.
Fart poopers.
Okay, hours in Bombazine to Eagle's Empyrean. Haven't found the place yet, but as soon as I do, I have both of those. So I'll take both of those prospects.
See, is Eagle the one that has the bank? No, the bank's here. Okay.
Yeah.
See what I got here. Welcome to Daedalin Engineering. Place where you can get better armor that you can actually use, probably. Don't know if your iron's high enough for Rose and Adam. So 62. No, I'm looking at yours.
It's 68 is what mine is. And that's 65.
Shiny.
So that would work. But hold on a sec. That was Veils at 65. What was... That's the one that was, yeah, iron at 65. Let's see. Oh yeah, and how does that compare to the, Oh. Well, that's,
Oh, that's the table I was looking for.
that's just far more effective.
Wait, what's that even say?
Far more effective armor in general. Huh?
I saw 2 different blues available.
Yeah, one goes in a auxiliary slot.
Ah, okay, for when you're going full martial.
Mm-hmm.
Have to wreck some stuff. 22 hold from Lamlord. 11 hull and 4 hold from Heathcliff.
New engine.
And the auxiliary has just 15 hull. Yes, there is a delicious new engine. also have access to that interesting gun that I mentioned, the Connell and Hather Sage Vala. It operates like your old Grimalkin and is just better. Requires 45 years.
I also have access to the Golganuza, which is an upgraded shotgun.
Ah, yes, you need an improved version of your shotgun.
A purple shotgun.
I believe you're using the Black Jake presently.
Mm-hmm.
It's 20 damage, 400 range, and 30 heat. Golganuza, 48. Ooh, twice the heat though.
Wait, what? It's only got 5 more heat.
The Golganuza?
As compared to the Black Jape. Oh, wait, the Golganuza is a large.
I'm seeing heat plus 60. I guess he's got that wrong. Yeah, it is a large.
So that won't work.
Which means you could run like Vala and Golganuza. Or Jubilee and Vala. And the Jubilee seems to be working very nicely.
Yeah, I think I'll stick with the... I think I'll stick with the Jubilee and the Black Jape, honestly.
Black Jape's 20 for 30 as opposed to the Vala's 18 for 25.
Yeah, 24 for 30 as opposed to 18 for 25.
It is 20. I think your iron is adding 4. Yeah, because iron does directly affect damage.
I mean... maybe?
Yeah, I think base is definitely fine.
24 versus 18.
So it all should be showing more than 18, but it's not.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, that's confusing.
I think the stats in the wiki might just be out of date.
Seemingly. Armor upgrade is available too for 1600.
3,600 for the big armor upgrade.
Oh yeah, if you gotta go resonant, that's the mark. If you want to save a little cash and get a minor upgrade, then that's available too. And also there is of course that engine.
I think I'll get the armor now and come back for the engine later.
What's the Pergamon category? Green plating, 15 on. Alright. Just there it is. Tisiphone.
Tisiphone.
Brass stallion of engine, forged in the smoky incandescent engine yards of unfathomable pan. Built by devils using ancient abyssal law furnace. It permits bursts of infernal speed. Has full speed.
Agravain class Juggernaut. Medea class Destroyer. Ooh. 2 large weapon slots, 3 armor slots. Dang.
That is a warship.
Mm-hmm. I think I still like my utility ship, though. Or my utility engine.
What else do they have in Nightingale? Let's see. Cheaper one.
And then
It's less.
the other ones are stuff that we've seen before.
And keep playing these ships. To Tiffany before you leave your both areas.
Yeah, probably.
It seems to trigger a quest.
Ooh. Winters reside. A single street cuts through the groves, its houses an immaculate copy of London architecture. 3 of the revolutionaries governing Calendar Council have often been seen here: February, January, and ineffable December.
Oh. Actually, you want this is Stephanie regardless, it actually is faster.
Mm-hmm.
Like its base speed is higher.
Yep. Corncrake House. The Georgian house is 3 stories high with silhouettes at every window. Some pace, others gesticulate, others have their heads close, perhaps conspiring. The building is rammed to the gunwales with revolutionaries. Light pours from the open front door. The doorwoman is slight and no real obstacle, but a continuous trickle of revolutionaries passes her, some burlier than your strongest stoker. If she wanted to refuse entry, she'd be able to enforce it. The door is guarded by well-armed revolutionaries in a scarlet uniform. They will only stand aside for those who are known to December.
Another faction house.
Mm-hmm.
Also, have you talked to your aunt on board?
Not yet. Alright.
So, anti-poison.
The secret of St. Dunstan's rendezvous are locked behind a nigh impenetrable cipher. Piles of pages are strewn across her cabin. I've been impersonating February in some correspondence to get more information, your aunt says in explanation. It's not like she's going to object. Working together, you discover the key to the cipher, various calendars from the Roman to the Revolutionary. From the documents, you learn that February knew that the final design for the bomb was held by Her Majesty's Privy Councillor. He died, and is now interred in the Most Serene Mausoleum. If we could find those designs, we'd know for certain what our government agreed to, your aunt says. Mausoleum next for her, then.
Specifically the Privy Councillors.
The street nestles amidst the ruins and trees of Pan, one end abutting an overgrown grove. Revolutionaries with secateurs wage continual war, rebuffing vines attempting to claim the cobbles. The Georgian houses are well kept and cleaner than they ever were in London, but only one is lit up. It is the focus of the activity here. Outside it, revolutionaries trade, compare wounds, and practice tirades. Their home here offers them solace and restoration before the next battle. Sure, mingle with the revolutionaries. There's a loud burst of laughter. Someone calls the xenophilic youth over. He asks you to join him. A group is talking about the downfall of the owner of a work world. Apparently, it'll be days before his absence is noted. He'll be ancient before the officials find him. Ooh, negotiate for a captivating treasure. This will cost a point of hearts and iron. Ouch.
The price would be less painful.
You are steeped in the mysteries of Eleutheria. Your knowledge is invaluable. Do them a service, and they will believe your ambitions align. The revolutionaries I'm tempted to join.
We haven't met the Imperium, but...
No, we haven't.
Corn crake. Cross between cornbread and a rake?
It's a bird.
Oh. Wasn't your dad able to give you information like that?
I don't think this one was.
This is kind of mystery.
Or if it was, maybe that's just something to do with Eleutheria. A grizzled coterie of gardeners care for this unusual orchard. The plants that grow here are heart catchers, whose fruit looks and speaks like human heads. The Mamiricon. The inner gardens are surrounded by a hedge as thick as a fortress wall, knotted with thorns and strangled with vines. Behind it are the grove homes of the heart-catchers, steeped in Eleutheria's midnight and frequented only by their favored servants. Within the Mamiricon, the heart-catchers are big as trees and clustered with mature heads. Each plant is a council of intellects debating the secrets of the sky. An arch in the hedge leads inside. A dozen heads, gray-haired and bitter, peer from among the leaves. "Begone," the heads insist. "You have not been chosen. You have not served." As far as you can tell, the whole hedge is the body of one vast, brambly heart-catcher. As you turn to leave, one of its heads whispers something, and the others snigger. When you ask what was amusing, a hawk-nosed head apologizes. "Sorry, we'll just never get used to how much your heads look like fruit."
Well, I guess that goes both ways, doesn't it?
Yeah. A series of finely manicured indigo lawns cover this corner of Pan. A peculiar
The peculiar plants of plan.
Peculiar plants grow in the beds, tangled as rose bushes and budding with fruit. The fruit is lumpen, perfectly formed facial features are growing on it. This one has a frantic, staring eye. This one is growing an ear. This one keens pitiably through tiny, trembling lips. This one looks like John Muir. Silent gardeners whose broad-brimmed hats are hung with veils to hide their faces tend devotedly to the plants. Speak to a green-fingered old warhorse. He removes his hat. The face beneath is scarred and bleak, a soldier's face. He must occupy a senior position, for the other gardeners nod their heads as they pass him. Beneath his overalls, he wears a rat-skin suit, ragged from the plant's playful thorns. There is a deadness to his gaze. Ask about the petitioners. A number of desperate-looking people are lined at the hedgerow gate to the inner gardens. The heart-catchers know many secrets, he says. Among them is a method to capture a death and seal it away so that it can't trouble you. If you fear a particular end, like drowning, say, or freezing, the heart-catchers could hide it away. He takes a cage of squirming mice from his pocket, fishes one out, and drops it into the thorny vines of the closest plant. The vines constrict. The mouse squeaks. The plant shivers. It's no guarantee of immortality, of course. 1,000 deaths await in the skies. Ask him about himself. Judging from his military bearing, he was not always a gardener. No, once I was a soldier, and a commander of soldiers. I was good at it, as such things are measured. Now I keep the gardens, tend the heart-catchers, and pray that I have no further effect on the world at all. Another gardener passes you carrying a bucket. Kneeling by a bed full of budding heart-catchers, they tip the bucket over. The contents ooze redly onto the soil. Ask about the heart-catchers. Learn more about these peculiar plants. They're a species native to the heavens, he observes. Here in the nurseries, we help the younger specimens grow to maturity before transferring them to the inner gardens, the Mamiricon. He indicates some colleagues who are digging up the largest plant in the garden and wrestling it onto a cart while it tries, affectionately, to throttle them. You note its fruit, which are now big enough to resemble the faces of bawling cherubs. Once fully grown, the warhorse continues, their fruit can reason and speak and debate. More effectively than we even. Each plant is an entire council or faculty. Ask about entering the inner garden. A hedge encloses it. An archway permits entrance. but is protected by a mature heart-catcher whose cynical faces peer from the thicket. They excoriate intruders with insightful critique. Only friends of the heart-catchers may enter the Mamiricon, and successful petitioners, of course, but the latter are blindfolded. Perhaps, if you performed a service for the heart-catchers, they would warm to you.
Well, that's unsettling.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking Death Note plants.
You could, if you chose, and you were prepared to dedicate yourself solely to them, ally with the heart-catchers, but you would have to prove your value.
Do you have the bell tools? Over the one on the left thing.
Yeah, your prophesied death still roams free.
Interesting.
Yeah, there it is, the bell tolls.
I see.
So, that's good. It can become even better. And Navarretine gemstones and 2 rolls of thirsty bombazine, along with 1 Eleutherian mystery and 3 savage secrets.
For a crimson promise.
These heart catchers sound useful. Yeah.
Nice.
The Gentlemen, a coalition of smugglers bound by crimson oaths of silence.
Oh, these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Where are these guys?
In the gloom behind the lights of Pan, the Gentlemen ply their midnight trade. They shun those who don't know their signs or their oaths, forbidding entry to their hidden sanctuary. But a confessional box stands on the platform's end. There, skyfarers may sell information to the Gentlemen, while the identities of both parties remain safely concealed. Perhaps you feel better after sharing your burden. The silent figure on the other side of the grill does not. You hear them sobbing softly. Eventually, slowly, the panel at the bottom is opened, and your payment pushed through.
That's funny. Have a few more, buddy. A few of these guys you've encountered have been jerks, so, I didn't feel that's just fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you actually have 2 Crimson Promises already.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Now I have under 100 Tales of Terror.
Less Tales of Terror than Pokemon.
This part of Pan is claimed by the Gentlemen, a notorious gang of smugglers and their families, hangers-on, clients, and parasites. Lanterns hang on posts, making paths of pooled lamplight across the ruins. Ramshackle pubs have been built in tumbled naves and old arches. Here, in the lawless galleries of Pan, the Gentlemen have no need to hide their activities. Smugglers boast of their schemes and their murders. Wild laughter rings out. Knives glint.
Ding.
You shouldn't come here. Sorry. The Gentlemen are close-knit, and their oaths of silence are savage. Any visitor might be an informant for the revenue men. When a large gang begins to gather, bristling with blades and cudgels, you return to your engine. Keyboard, there we go. Keyboard.
Bundle.
It's weird that it, like, buffers the... Stop! Keyboard!
Stop. Oof. At least it didn't hurt much.
Yeah.
It's...
Why is it doing
battery,
this?
Or if Windows is acting like it has more important things to do than process.
I don't know. It might be Windows. It might be the USB thing. Because, like, it... Every time it did that, it was, like, buffering every keystroke that it was, that it was doing. Like, when you saw it there, it flickered the map several
You
times.
tapped it a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the keyboard is doing its job as best it can. It's just
Mm-hmm.
not being received.
Yep.
Really. Hmm.
Very strange.
Windows, we need you to pay attention to signals coming out on USB. They are important.
Very.
A little more important than your precious updates.
Nope, just a ruin.
We found something. I love the Megacore voice. It's got Cave Johnson in it. He's got it.
Ah, this is a hermit. Yes. Demantine ice. Sorry. That's just where my brain went.
Ice, Demantine ice. Here.
Delve. I don't know what
did
that
you
was.
Get?
A piece of paper, it looked like.
I don't know what it was. Was that this you said hermit?
I don't think it was that. I'm not sure what it was, though. The to Helen wreck. Yes, please.
More supplies for the back.
Mm-hmm. North. Oop.
I wonder if you can, like, fly by.
Eh.
brimstone to his digestive system using your cannery.
A meeting at the crossroads. A figure waits by the signpost. In silhouette, it resembles a woman in a long skirt. Up close, you hear the clatter of chitin wrapped in layers of veils and shawls that smell of harsh antiseptic. A measurer, the stories go. Few of them have happy endings. A figure introduces itself as Mistress Dracham and offers charity of a sort. A measured charity, to be exact. There is no reading the expression behind the veil. Help the princess meet the measurer's demands. I left an old thing in Piranesi, says the incognito princess to you both. But if I go in the main doors of that beastly place, I can't leave. You need to change to do so, and I'll only do that on my terms. The measurer listens and makes its demands. The princess looks at you and smiles.
Oh, that's what the licensed farmer's board for.
The measurer takes the chart and holds it, as if it can ascertain its merit by its mere weight. Seemingly satisfied, it produces a candle made of beeswax. "Oh, Saint Solanus' candle," says the princess, clapping her hands in delight. "How ideal! Saint Solanus, a rebellious story cast unto a well." "Head to Piranesi," says the measurer. "Light it. It will take you to your old self. The path will remain open as long as a tale of terror is being told." The measurer passes it to the princess, then takes her hand. "When you come into power, remember me," it says. "I will try," she says, "but if I do that, I may remember you touched me without permission." Her smile is without malice, but not without threat.
Wherever in heck that is.
You've heard of it before, but I'm going to guess maybe the Blue Kingdom? Oh no.
Yeah, I mentioned the burrowers mad at you.
Yeah. Ochre fogs rise about your locomotive. The air acquires a caustic copper tang. Your driver complains they can't see a damn thing. The burrower's breath, they murmur. The fog persists all day. That evening, a gnarled crewman visits your cabin. The burrower below is displeased, he informs you. She expects a sacrifice. If you wish it, he will arrange it. $74%, that's my best odds. You take the helm and order half steam. Your engine crawls forward, vast shapes looming around you like giants in the fog. Sky rocks? Ancient ruins? Slumbering leviathans? You steer a precarious course between them. After an hour, the air clears. The fogs part like a music hall curtain, and the stage of the sky is revealed ahead. You are free. For now. Yep. I assume the cross... Oh, no, it's the thing... It's whatever it is I'm approaching here. I assumed it was the crossroads, but, this
Big, shiny
crescent thing.
crescent mirrors. That's great.
The moon's sill. The nearest land to the Xanthus moon is the moon's sill. The path between it and the Empyrean main dock is well traveled by groups of small, privately owned engines. Each convoy resembles a crowd of fireflies drawn to the light of the moon. They travel here to perform rites of resolution and renewal, and to conduct the mandate of the moon. Several Empyrean engines have landed already. There's room for plenty more. The Imperial's light lamps. One is pressed into your hand. Each group walks towards a gentle hill, with the summit flattened off sharply, a boiled egg that has been detopped before it is eaten. The Imperials crowd the hill's flanks. No one stands at the top. It is time for the rite of renewal. The Imperials crowd the hill's... No one stands at the top. That privilege will be for the engineers, those brave souls who are to travel to the Xanthus moon. They will live on the gantries of the moon for the next fortnight, performing essential repairs and maintenance. Doing so will earn them the enmity of the things that live in the dark. They cannot return till the time of the next rite. I will need to bring Bombazine here. Make note of that, please. Stand back and watch, for the time being, though. A throng of temporary stalls caters to the crowd. Merchants haggle over mementos. Others offer cups of only the very best arag. One enterprising youth charges for the use of lantern repair tools, taking business from his neighbor, a lantern seller. From the bustle, trade seems healthy. The ceremony is complete. It is time for the citizens of the Eagles Empyrean to return to their daily lives. The ceremony over, they depart, still holding their wax paper lamps. Impatient captains frown at crew putting off boarding to prolong conversations. Exasperated parents hunt for straying children. It'll be a little while yet before the moon's sill is back under the sole stewardship of its caretakers.
That thing's just neat.
Yeah. Another crossroads.
Ladder of chitin. Yeah, measure.
You're a stranger here. It will teach you of things. Mistress Perch extends a leg from under its skirt, curling it around your hand to seal the deal. I have taken your measure. Repay me when I demand, or I will take more. They disappear behind the crossroad post, leaving no trace. You return to your locomotive, and in your cabin is a small mahogany box wrapped in silks. Inside is a book written in awkward, spidery handwriting. Despite the dust on the jacket, the spine is unbroken. Space roads. Like,
Pretty sure we got me that.
I was gonna say, like the Vogons are known for building.
Spent a bunch of time playing that with Hedgehog Parks.
It's a thingy.
Also, I checked. It is safe to dive in without wrenching influence.
Okay, cool.
Simple. Yeah, failure gets 5 share of history. Success gets a cast chance. Hard challenge 80. Yeah, you're never gonna see that.
Approaching the Behringer, a vast wreck larger than any other locomotive you've seen. Armor rattles in the wind. An Albion flag flies, tattered almost beyond recognition. The hull is cracked like an egg, a charred and tangled engine exposed to the air. The Behringer reads the nameplate, though some wag has appended a question mark. As you approach, you see figures scrambling behind guardrails. Revolutionary slogans graffitied across every rusted surface. The Behringer is still very much occupied. A dozen figures in heavy coats hang from the side of the wreck, waving joyously as your engine docks. You step into the Behringer's halls to a swelling crowd and a babble of cheery greetings. Every one is wearing a mask. The crowd parts, a woman glides to your side. Her scarlet leather jacket gleams with buckles and vestigial straps. Her face is hidden behind a mask in the shape of a screeching bat's face. Glad to have you aboard, says the unassailable founder, shaking your hand. The unassailable founder's bat mask is impassive. She gestures to the wall of masks behind her. Choose. Before you don a mask, you have a question. Who is she? How did the Behringer end up out here? Sure. How did a London dreadnought end up wrecked in Eleutheria, crowded with devotees of the liberation of night? The founder waves a gloved finger disapprovingly. I can't go prattling my secrets to just anyone, can I? Join our community. Put your trust in us, and I'll extend some trust in return. Mask of the Aspirant, a sculpted silver rose, blank, eyeless, mouthless. The aspirant listens, says the founder, and blossoms. The supplicant's job is to talk, says the founder, fastening the mask of a hideously toothed anglerfish over your face, and perhaps entice. A woman's face wreathed in glorious flames, the scintillant learns through experimentation, says the founder, putting aside concern for the safety of others or themselves. A snarling face halfway between bulldog and gargoyle, A difficult role, cautions the founder, a squabbler, recommended for those who've spent time as an aspirant.
Bat always dies.
Bat always dies.
Well, sounds like quietly listening is a good way to start.
Mm-hmm. As the mask slips over your face, you realize that it is ingeniously designed so that you can see perfectly between the folds of the silver petals. The aspirant's role is to absorb, says the founder. Go to the library and read a book, or go to the forum and enjoy yourself. Stay quiet. Grow. The Behringer's rusting innards have been hollowed. The walls and floors of a dozen interlocking corridors have been methodically stripped away, carving a vast, hive-like atrium draped with ladders and crisscrossed with rope bridges. Anarchists bustle back and forth between a circle of iron doors below. The largest are labeled Laboratories, Forum, and Hall of Debate. Your fellow aspirants are by far the most common among the masked figures. Dozens of silver-faced anarchists mill back and forth between the libraries and the forum, silent except for the occasional polite cough. The forum greets you with a cacophony of competing voices and the acrid stench of gunpowder. This was once the Dreadnought's vast storage room, and now munitions crates have been stacked and shoved together to create a semicircle of stages. Hopefully no one lights a cigarette. The stages are occupied by supplicants, voices raised. Attend a lecture. You flit between supplicants. One is tripping over his words, another reaching her conclusion. Finally, you find a speaker whose words are intriguing. The first lecture you come across is being delivered by a lithe, confident figure of indeterminate gender. They are expounding on their topic at such length that you have trouble deciphering what they're talking about. Finally, you identify the topic, a certain Mr. Barleycorn. The other lecture to entice you is that given by a diminutive old woman, speaking in a dry whisper to only 3 aspirants, but you catch the phrase, coils of shattering ice 1,000 feet high. Yeah, let's see what she's talking about. There is an alphabet of fire and gold, says your lecturer, taking a sip from a glass. A star language that burns in the mind. She dips her finger in the water and traces something on the stage. Some stars abandon the immutable light of their brethren for a more nuanced philosophy. The old language no longer suffices. Heretical concepts exist for which it cannot provide signifiers. As the symbol takes shape, water turns to frost with a crackle. These traitor stars adopt another language, or perhaps another dialect, the discordance. She hisses and withdraws her finger from the completed symbol. The tip is blackened with frostbite.
The opposite of the correspondence.
Mm-hmm.
I see some fire. I can just imagine, like... Also, frostbite doesn't blacken, gangrene does. Frostbite reddens. burns like heck once it unnumbs. Can you listen to another lecture out here?
No, I can't. I just checked.
Danger! Science occurs within! Incidentally, if you get the cool engine and meet someone interesting, they'll want to come here. Guess what that'll be? What mask you'll be using for that?
The founder lingers in the Behringer's central atrium, hands in the pockets of her leather jacket, chatting to everyone who passes. She combines an encyclopedic knowledge of everyone's names and habits with the uncanny ability to recognize them despite their mask. Questions? Complaints? She asks, turning to you. Or simply here to take a new role? Ask why her mask is different from the others. The face of the bat is distinctive. You've not seen another during your time aboard the Behringer.
Oh no, a bat always dies.
Yeah, Founder laughs. My father was a diplomat for London. In my formative years, we were stationed on an island called Visage, far out to sea.
Aha!
The locals' lives revolved around the mask they wore. We chose our faces for ourselves. I was keen to implement something similar here. She adjusts her bat mask. This represented the worst of outsiders, the exile who brought nothing but misfortune and death. After I turned traitor and left the Admiralty, it seemed an appropriate statement.
Fair. What if it allows you to give lectures?
A miniature lantern dangles from your new mask, swinging back and forth between your eyes. The supplicant gives speeches in the forum, says the founder. Thanks to the mask, a person's reputation or lack thereof doesn't matter here. Just stand and talk, and if you're saying something worthwhile, perhaps you'll attract an audience. Oh dear.
Ooh. Well, we've not done that experiment yet, so...
Yeah.
Hello, dream snakes. No, thank you. Well, clearly we need to speak to the extinguishments. Get some more respect.
Your approach is academic, your tone matter-of-fact, but the aspirants listen as though to a ghost story. There are places of darkness in Eleutheria, you tell them, a darkness so total it devours even the memory of light. Your audience whispers and swells. What does such emptiness conceal? Unlit trains that plunged into the darkness hoping to commit crimes beyond the sight of any god. Disgraced servitors hiding for millennia from otherwise omniscient masters. At the end of your lecture, your audience are too subdued to ask questions. The specters of an extinguishment seems to hang in the air above you, fascinating and repellent in equal measure.
We saw one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Question, can we interact with it, and would it been a way to get an answer mystery?
Oop. A ripple of discontent spreads through the audience as you take your place among their ranks. The light of your mask lantern couldn't be more glaring. The surrounding aspirants rotate to face you, a field of silver roses staring in expectant silence. The supplicant on stage pauses, his own lantern swinging as his fish visage turns your way. It's bad form to interrupt another's lecture, he says. Get your own stage.
No,
Oops. I chose attend a lecture.
Wrong mask.
Yeah. I thought there might be some sort of interaction that would lead to, but not quite.
That's a useful one. Ooh, amber chunks. Weird. Message, bully thinkers. Ruins, questions. Classrooms.
Ask how the Behringer ended up in Eleutheria. It's clearly a huge and impressive locomotive of Albion origin. Why is it stranded in Eleutheria and stuffed with anarchists? The Behringer was a dreadnought developed in secret to guard against star madness, says the founder. On its maiden voyage, I stole it. It was easy enough. I was the admiral placed in charge of the bloody thing, she snorts. While we patrolled a quiet corner of Albion, I convinced my crew of the merits of the liberation. After a mostly bloodless mutiny, we embarked on a pilgrimage to Eleutheria. We planned to pledge ourselves to the service of the Halved. Her mouth tightens. It didn't work out.
Dreadnought developed to guard against star madness. Interesting. So yeah, extinguishment. You drive into it and get a Tale of Terror or an Eleutherian mystery.
Huh.
If you loiter for more than 10 seconds, you start building hull damage.
Oh boy.
Also, there's a chance an Undeparted will spawn, which is a monster that you can fight. Projectiles, cause hull damage, dodge projectiles, yeah, you can. It's just a monster. Doesn't always spawn. It's a 50% chance, I think. I'll do it.
The flames on the mask are orange-yellow tissue which rustles as you move your head. The scintillant's purpose is to visit the laboratories and take part in the experiments, says the founder, clapping you on the back. Good luck. Last time I went to the laboratories, I lost a finger. A stream of fellow fire-faced scintillant are now exiting from a door marked laboratories, carrying between them another singed scintillant on a stretcher. Make your way to the laboratories. A crude orange mask symbol has been painted above the door. Next to it, someone has scrawled, "Danger." Science occurs within. The Liberation have kept most of the Behringer's laboratories intact. Every functioning laboratory has a sign-up sheet tacked to its door, begging for volunteers. Scintillants flit back and forth, carrying clipboards, calipers, vapor-spewing flasks. There is no shortage of work to be done, and few brave enough to do it. "75%, sure, why not?" You approach a laboratory and begin to write your name on the sign-up sheet. Before you reach the third letter, you're yanked inside. Success. Here, drink this. It's perfectly safe. A scintillant presses a fizzing tube into your hands, then immediately runs for cover. You examine the liquid. The smell alone could strip the skin from a cat. Nevertheless, you drink. How odd, says the scintillant after a lengthy pause. I thought... Colors unfold from his open mouth like a kaleidoscopic chrysanthemum. For the next few days, you wander in a landscape of spirals and fireworks. When you recover, you find yourself in bed, sweat-soaked, your ears still ringing. Vision of the heavens. By spearheading a successful experiment, you have shown the founder your worth as a scintillant. Perhaps now she will tell you more about herself. Ask about the mark on her neck. Before we reached the wilderness, I was an admiral in London's fleet. While patrolling the Untersee, we came across something under the water. A scar, or an eye, or something. I dived to investigate. I still don't understand what happened down there, but I met something far greater than myself. And I came back with this. She brushes the eye on her neck with a fingertip. Years later in the wilderness, I took charge of London's greatest dreadnought. Still in early experimental stages. That's when the eye opened. At that moment, I knew deep in my bones that I had to seek out Eleutheria.
Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
All right, well, that just leaves the recalcitrant. The mask is oddly uncomfortable, digging into your skin, cutting off the blood to your ears. You peer out through a wall of gruesome fangs. Go to the forum or the debating halls and raise hell, says the founder. Ask impertinent questions. Hit close to home. The mask allows you to speak loudly and truthfully without losing friends. Let's go to the forum first. No. Guess not. Hall of Debate. Recalcitrants barge in like ants invading a rival nest. Some wit has painted over the door, abandon the slippery slope, all ye who enter here. The Hall of Debate was once the Dreadnought's gun deck. A row of gargantuan cannons still point out at empty sky. Recalcitrants swarm under the artillery, shouting, stamping, roaring. The main debates take place on a raised platform. Would-be rhetoricians take center stage, declare their argument, and await challengers. 3 recalcitrants state their position. Which will you dispute? %, 46%, 67%. Okay, so the liberation of night is justified, an uncontroversial position, at least aboard the Behringer. If you challenge this, the audience won't be on your side. The Behringer is a waste of time and should be destroyed. A recalcitrant rolls forward on his wheelchair and states his position cheerfully despite the roars of outrage. The audience will be on your side. Morality is a social construct that collapses without the fear of punishment. This recalcitrant clearly hopes to deal only in abstract philosophical matters. The audience won't have a personal stake in the outcome. That's the one that I have the most likely chance with, so that's the one that I'll try. Abstracting the abstract argument.
Sounds like a double win.
Yeah.
Like in race strings. I'm making C jokes.
Consider Plato's Ring of Gyges, declares your opponent. If there were no consequences, no one alive could resist the power to enrich themselves at the expense of others. You offer a counter. Perhaps the majority would succumb, but there are some to whom their self-image matters more than their mask. After a raucous back and forth, she concedes defeat, and the surrounding recalcitrants roar. Someone presses a coin purse into your hand. A bounty, he says. We've been trying to best her for weeks. 25 sovereigns.
Nice. Yeah, you can really learn neat stuff as a... not supplement, but the first one. There's a number of lectures, and they'll point to interesting things and frequently give 2 Eleutherian mysteries. Or so secret.
I will have to come back here from time to time, then. Ask how she recognizes everyone despite their masks. I grew up on Visage, says the founder. I don't need a face. I can hear your voice, see the curve of your back, the way you walk. I can recognize a member of this community just by the pattern of acne on the back of their neck. When I was first establishing the community here, I quickly learned that true anonymity can turn people into monsters. She raises her hand in cheery greeting as an aspirant wanders past. Hello, Ronald. You see, the fact that I know who they are keeps the community honest. It's good to remind them occasionally.
The greater Untersee F-Wad theory.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago. The aspiring, that's what it was.
Yeah. You're a well-established part of the community aboard the Behringer now, and you've heard rumors. What is the founder hiding? The founder beckons. You follow her to the Behringer's charred engine room. Freezing winds swirl through the crack in the hull. After I stole this dreadnought from the Empire, I went to the Halved to pledge my allegiance, she pauses. But the Halved would not accept me. I was devastated. I turned the Behringer into a hub of discussion, hoping that one day we would come to a consensus that could guide me. This is no wreck, she rubs at the charred boiler with a gloved finger, smudging black dust away to reveal gleaming iron beneath. That's all illusion. The hull can be fixed in a day. The rust was applied by paintbrush. The Behringer's ready for war, as soon as I decide war is more important than debate.
The dreadnought is almost fully functional?
Mm-hmm.
It's just in mothballs? Oh my! That's a sleeping dragon right there!
Yeah!
Yikes! She's incredibly dangerous!
Mm-hmm. Swap stories. She greets you with a hand clasped warmly on your shoulder.
Good thing you've made friends with this incredibly dangerous person.
Mm-hmm. You follow the founder through a nearby hatch. She leads you up to a cubbyhole where the habitual din of the Behringer is muted and 2 battle-scarred armchairs await you. Between them, a well-stocked drinks cabinet. The 2 of you sit and chat long into the evening. You tell her about patches of darkness, wefts of time, brushes with monsters and madness. She shares hair-raising tales of her perilous escape to Eleutheria, and rumors about some of the more outrageous vagabonds and oddballs who have recently passed through the Behringer.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Time to get on with it. Your crew expresses a measure of relief at leaving behind the Behringer's babble, its crowds, its ceaseless bustle, not to mention that riotous smell of rust and sweat and gunpowder. As the unremittent darkness swallows your train again, the crew's relief turns to dismay. Maybe the Behringer wasn't so bad, they say. Maybe you could turn around?
And unholy 1239 rolls to seduce the dragon. seduce someone, then... It worked pretty well for that donkey. Oddly strange to see a sky engine with cars.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how heavily armed she is. The false rust and the apparently shredded remains of other crap that was gathered up.
Oh, hey, it's one of those things.
Yep, just fly to the middle.
I
Fly through the middle.
I still don't trust it. I will do that another time. It kind of freaks me out, though. Not gonna lie.
Even though my after knowledge says you'll be fine. You may fight a monster.
Yeah, it freaks me out.
Alright.
Like, I'll get the guts for it at some point, but for now... Bushy gardens. Aha! Greater mingling.
Did birds do this?
Wimbleclap.
This looks like fractal birds are responsible. Bird recursion.
Langley Hall. A sprawling house of numberless rooms. Founded by Lord Langley, it is a refuge for those willing to brave the dark of Eleutheria. Outside it stands the lamp. Outside it stands the last lamppost, the furthest flung beacon of London life.
London doesn't have a presence in the Blue Kingdom.
A jetty off the edge of nowhere. A cottage the size of a cathedral. Mellow candlelight shines through its frosted windows like spilt treacle. Here, the vanished Lord Langley founded a home away from home, a London for the exiled, the lost and the lovelorn. Distance is suspended inside. No one has ever claimed to have charted the entirety of the limitless hall. All are welcome here, provided that they are welcoming of all here.
Another good place for a spelunking club.
A man in a faded postal uniform greets you at the end of a battered jetty. He carries a shuttered lamp in one hand, its light the deep amber hue of the last lamppost. Hello, hello! A new guest? This way, please. Let's get you somewhere warm. He produces a set of keys and strides toward the oak-paneled front door of the house. He knocks thrice and then unlocks the door. This way! The sound of laughter spills out. Inside, an endless house party is in full swing. Guests who enter Langley Hall rarely leave.
I've seen that game.
This hall is the oldest part of Langley's project. From here, staircases wend their way to other rooms, halls, landings, and wings of the cottage. Guests sit on stairs, sing from the banisters, or promenade along the hall in search of friends. The closest door to the entrance is wide open, revealing a cloakroom the size of a village green. Fires crackle in 7 hearths. Someone has set up a bar. Compile a port report. Langley Hall is widely considered to be a folly and a fool's paradise. Have those who say such visited? Langley Hall is a labyrinth of well-intentioned jollity. Parties snake from the front door to the back kitchen by way of 1,000 bedrooms, bathrooms, billiard rooms, and ballrooms. The wine flows like water, and the hour is always hazily too late. Those that come here rarely leave, and those that do rarely do so for long. They have made a home of Langley Hall, or at least Langley Hall has made for them a home. sign the guest book. Just a little formality, the post officer says apologetically. Don't worry, we don't have many here. He leads you to a little side room where a buffet, replete with dips and breadsticks, has been laid out. He produces a huge leather volume from under a table and moves some hummus so that he can set it down.
Hummus.
The spine indicates that this is Volume 3. Tell us how you'd like to be addressed, whatever you like, who you really are, or who you want to be. He hands you the pin.
This can change how your captain is addressed throughout the game. My lord. What else is available? I see it scrolls of ways. Specialist. Doctor Professor. Officer Archivist. Principal Administrator. Secretary Attendant. Nurse Comrade. Brother Assistant. Reverend.
Yep. Just all of the titles that you can pick at the start. I will remain as I am. The post officer nods, blots the ink, and closes the book. Very good, comrade. You are welcome here for as long as you care to stay. He shakes your hand. One thing, just a note of caution. If you go exploring, we don't know how far the hall extends. I doubt even Langley does.
We found naming way.
A house bounded on the outside, but inside endless. Langley Hall extends as long as it likes, without interference from the laws of measurement, architecture, or probability.
If this place had a freaking, like, a home point that you could warp to, it wouldn't be a problem. Explorer still exhausted, pop back to the start and grab some snacks.
You'll be able to explore more options in Langley Hall when you have declared your intention to stay a while, but you run the risk of wanting to come back. The hall engenders dreams that weigh like an anchor on the dreamer. Interesting.
That sounds like late game fun.
Mm-hmm.
Something that could be annoying to deal with in the mid-game.
Yeah.
I need to go make a recording conveniently.
Nope.
Do keep mental tabs on what you've done so you can tell me what the heck has happened.
Okay. The post officer looks deeply uncomfortable. Not sure I ought to say. His lordship's business. This is his party, see. He found the house and wanted guests. Invited those of us who, for one reason or another, weren't suited for what London had become. New London made him sick to his stomach, he said. The post officer runs a hand through his hair. I won't betray his hospitality, but I'll tell you what I know if you agree that, if you do find him, you'll respect his wishes. That's what this place is about, respecting each other. You'll respect the intentions of Langley Hall, or say you will at any rate. The postal officer bites his lower lip. It's the topic of choice here. Where's Langley? Have you seen Langley? He sighs. Anyone who says they know the answer is lying, but if you want a place to start looking, when he was with us, he favored a particular chair in the lounge. An old friend of his is still in the yellow drawing room. He was on good terms with the cook. He considers you for a moment. What if he doesn't want to be found? What if, wherever he is, he doesn't want to come back? Okay, so that's the kitchen, the lounge, and the drawing room. I suppose I'll make note of that. No, wait, there's cords and stuff there that'll make that annoying. Hmm. I will make note of that here. Da 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 da. Actually, I may as well do it in the chat here, so Daniel doesn't have to be looking multiple places. Favorite armchair in the lounge. Friend in the yellow drawing room. Cook in the kitchen. Okay. Some floors are littered with rooms like the inside of a beehive. Others contain but a single bedroom. Doors rarely connect one or more rooms at a time. Lord Langley having apparently preferred his guests get some exercise when moving from their bedrooms to the library in search of a nightcap. Okay, yeah. A sardonic music hall singer has been here for years. She knows her way around the place and will assist you in exchange for help with a song. Bloody marvelous! You're a bloody wonder, you are. She recovers herself. I mean, it's all right. Liven things up in the drawing room for sure. Now, have you been this way? Got a pen? Can't find anything in this place for love nor money. She pauses. Well, maybe love. She makes a few adjustments to your map. Ah, that found me the kitchen. Ribaldry can be heard from within. The smell of hot pot wafts tantalizingly towards you. Got a little bit of heartburn. I'm going to get something for that real quick, whilst we wait for Daniel to return. I made a note in the chat.
Ploppings. Favorite armchair in the lounge. Friend in the yellow drawing room. Cook in the kitchen. What?
There's one more line of that you didn't read.
Search for learning.
Yes.
Ah. Ribaldry in the kitchen.
Yes, I have found the kitchen. I exchanged a moment of inspiration with someone who has been here for a while to help map the place.
Expeditions.
Your explorations have borne fruit. You found the kitchen. You can practically taste the pepper in the air. You are assailed with a wave of warmth and the aroma of bacon cooking on the cavernous stove. It seems that the real party is in here. Champagne corks pop, someone is playing a viol, cards are slapped onto the wooden table. A dozen flushed faces turn towards you, all beaming. I need more mysteries. Talk to the notorious flirt. She disarms would-be suitors with bon mots that stay just on this side of good taste. So how was your spell in the midnight cells? She punctuates each syllable with a shot of brandy. Each syllable?
So, glurp, now, glurp, was it glurp? Your glurp spell, glurp. Wow.
Okay, so I don't have the stuff to do that any further.
Looks like this is a place where being spec'd for hearts might be available.
Yeah.
Plus 8 more mysteries.
Yeah. The post officer escorts you to the dock. Not good to go out in the dock alone, comrade. He shadows you all the way to your engine. He waits on the platform as you make ready for departure. Even as the dark rolls in to swallow your engine, the amber light from his lantern lingers. Caged catch. The mirror waters of Eleutheria are smooth on the surface, but often turbulent and dangerous below. A scarred fisherman offers some of his more unusual catches for sale, advising customers of a nervous disposition not to peek into the cages. Sure, I have plenty of room. I'll buy those at a discount.
I got something creepy. opportunities?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
And I took what they had.
Oh, there you
It was just
go.
for...
Found the place.
Yeah, it was for Eagles Empyrean.
Where we're going, if we can find it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead and extract this search for language data to my notes.
I suspect the place it's at is somewhere across the north end of the map. But that's just a guess.
Derringer's a great place to get... The Privy? Oh no! Wait, what? Why does it look like that's actually an outhouse?
I think it is an outhouse.
For all of the seemingly infinite language.
Yep. It might be an infinite outhouse.
Ooh.
An outfinite in-house. Mm-hmm.
It's so dark out here that, like, your ship's lighting is a little lessened. Like, you're not effing clouds as efficiently as you were in the beach. The waste wave isn't bad.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll go straight through the center. Don't like this. Don't like this. Don't like this.
Really fine. Ding!
Ding. Okay.
There is used to be learned in the dark.
Yep. Okay. Oop. Monsters.
I think you're as long as you don't shine your light on them. And also they have other ways to
Like it. I was gonna say like if they get shot.
that too. But there are creatures like the Blue King aggro on certain soul qualities?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's worrying.
Isn't that wacky?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, I'm just purging.
Huh.
Does she not want repayment?
Apparently not. Should I continue racking up my debt?
I'm wildly unclear about that. No, Lizzie.
This game is certainly giving me a concern right now.
Crossroads, gift warning.
Remy. Here.
Gift of thing. In debt to the measures.
Atta girl. me.
Wait. +1 index and measures, alright. Explain how that works. Jesus, right. If it's acid according to their action. Specific. Different collectors. Mr. Spurge, green, fathom, poppy seed, and crocodile.
Meow.
Price of charity. Pay the renting, chrysanthemum, methane, price. Refuse to pay the price demanded. Beg them to release you in the waif's name. Pay the chrysanthemum price. Price of charity. Good luck, guy. Yeah, that happened in a minute. La-doo-doo-doo. Date's greater than the crossroads timer, and you're not in combat. The amaranthine prize. Okay, so it can demand crew, supplies, tea, and crockery. The chrysanthemum price is a lightless soul, 7 visions of lightless soul, 7 visions of heavens.
So I will just want to have the tea and crockery on me then?
I think you have the choice of what price to pay when they come calling. The amaranthine price is tea, crockery, crew. Supplies. The chrysanthemum price is the soul effect and visions of the heavens. The Neptune price is based on the heirs of the crossroads.
What's the matter, Remy?
Some crew members of your cabin, your eyes are trusty, your knife is sharp. Oh no. Let's see.
It's the sound of a frustrated cat.
That's 2 crew. If you have souls, you'll lose some of these 2. That's how it works. Refusing to pay causes you to lose hearts, gain terror, and gain flickering. Beg them to release you in the waif's name. If you are watched. You'll gain terror and lose the wave's attention. The chrysanthemum price, again, lightless, and 7 visions of heavens. Which is very, very similar to the... Oh, chrysanthemum price is also a thing. What? Interesting. So yeah, you probably don't want to take anything from them.
Yeah.
Unless you... Well, you can gain lightless and flickering this way.
That's true.
So if you wanted to get access to that place, it requires 4 soul flaws.
Yeah. And there's parts of Carolon, I know, that I need flickering to... Flickering was one of the things that I needed to get in there. I forget what the other one was. But no, I'll pass on that. Oh, terror has fallen. Cool.
So measure it, no, good then. Meow. Big potato meow.
The fulmination. So here.
If you put your death in a jar, you can grab a measure and dispose of it for you.
Hmm. Oop. The price of charity.
Up. Here she is. Mistress Fathom is not easy to deal with.
Huh.
Looks like you don't have waist attention right now.
The chrysanthemum price seems the most reasonable one. Because
Yeah,
visions of the
screwed in empathy price.
yeah.
I don't really like that one. What did it do again?
Mistress Fathom draws a ragged scratch down your face, tasting the blood on its obsidian claw. It repeats the process several times until satisfied, savoring more than simply the taste. When finished, it steps back into the shadows, leaving you with a hole in your mind and an even emptier sense in your gut.
The net theme price was 2 crew. And also, like, any souls you had.
Oh, and another one of these. Oh, jeez.
That's just a scribe spinster. I thought it was supposed to say, whoa, dodge, dodge. Here's the thing. Also a scribe spinster. Got it. We need another avatar to start on the speaks or something.
I don't know.
Yeah, those wheel things were thrown at you by the monster that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Spencer, you can probably rip to shreds. Especially if it eats another broadside like that.
Man, they're so skinny. There. Take a facet.
Ooh. You unlock things by doing things.
Yeah, not that that one is particularly fancy or anything.
None of these 5 had any, like, secondary effect on them?
Nope.
I do believe you're in the market for fails and arts.
This is true. Jeez, mirrors, 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 mirrors.
Yeah, look at all those eyeballs staring at you.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a burrower's fault? Oh, his eyes. Her eyes, it's apparently female. Last London crawled with agents of Paris, Vienna, and Istanbul. Now in the heavens, the old players must find new purpose and new enemies.
Oh, that one's so out of character, though. Because I was a revolutionary. I suppose it could make sense for me to go from being a...
Yeah, you might
From-
be like a JRPG protagonist. Started working for the bad guys.
or like J.C. Denton, I was going to say.
And then found out that, oh, I've been working for the baddies. I know a lot about them.
Yeah.
Let's kick their butts.
Okay, that makes sense. I can work with that.
I don't like my employers anyway. Let's hurt them. I know where. Ding.
261 XP. It's no longer out of anything.
No skill improvements available. Improve skills?
Oh. Oh, cool. Okay.
Huh. Does this feel like something new?
Skill buy. It feels like merits.
Same. It smells so much like merit points. Ah, heck, we're gonna have to go to the moon.
Moon?
Yeah, Moon Gate. It was an old merit camp during Rise of the Zillick. Because like Sky was sort of a terrible place to XP party, but there's this gate you could open on a full moon or something like that.
Oh, that place. Yeah.
And
Or like full moon fountain?
no, not
Or-
full moon fountain. It was in the area between Sanctuary of Zatar and Sky.
Yeah, that's the same area Full Moon Fountain is in.
I thought Full Moon Fountain was the place under Windurst.
I'm pretty sure Full Moon Fountain is in it. Is it Soja, or is that the...
I'm pretty sure Full Moon Fountain is the burning circle where you do the Fenrir fights
Hold on a sec.
and a number of story cutscenes.
This has nothing to do with this, but I gotta...
Sorry, we're debating Final Fantasy XI like nerds. Yeah, if you got in there, you could get a key item that would let you open the gate yourself instead of waiting. And that was one of the accesses that people would advertise in their descriptions, their search descriptions.
Okay, then what is the thing
Yeah,
that
I have access to sky, moon, and sea.
What's the
Well,
thing?
once C showed up in Parameter, right?
What's the thing that I was thinking of?
You're either thinking of the name of the zone or the fountain in question, which has some connection to the Archangel place. I think it's where you get like the pentasphere.
Romave.
That's the zone.
Yes. Map.
Yeah, people used to use that area for specifically the Moon Gate as like a merit party camp.
Oh, there's the Moon Gate right there.
Yep.
Oh, there's 2 Moon Gates.
Oh, there were 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot that.
But yeah, there's like a fountain there that I remember, or that I seem to recall.
There is a fountain. It is not called Full Moon Fountain.
No, but I seem to recall that like it's only full during a full moon.
Yes. But that's not its name.
That's confusing.
I'm not sure it even has a name. I think it's one of those things that was not made in this before.
Homuncula.
Ding! And if anything, the darkness made your scout not as good. I would recommend you go over to Mr. Menagerie and get the cabbie, I think?
There was a cavi, and then there was one further one.
There's the Ratronaut, which gives you distant places without extra information.
Mm-hmm.
Or in distant places with extra information. But that would help here. And there's the caveat, which gives you 3 places with no extra information. Because it's dark here, apparently. I suppose the caveat is what you want. Find things through your must. Oh, alright, nice. Ding! Sweet, another one of those. Fast. Non-Euclidean. Entirely. Needed floors. What did you find in this big Philip? Ew. I'll never come out. I'd stain something so badly, it would never come out.
Out, damn spot.
There's no part of me
Supplies. Something way the heck over there.
It's a good way to find stuff, but oh boy, it doesn't make for super efficient exploration pattern. Perturbia. Haunted by those shipping madness guys. Uh-oh. Get ready for those spots.
Ooh.
Amber. You got Ramber. For some reason, amber comes in many colors in the sky. It's good you've already found Pan, because I was going to recommend, once you started running low on fuel and supplies, to just make for the center, because that's where Pan is.
Yeah.
we've been living on the land. That supplies all over the place. Feels like the midpoint of a run through Link's Adventure.
Oop.
You get to that point where you can just like, you don't have to get the life spell anyway. But, basically surviving off magic drops and the occasional magic potion.
Oh, another one of these things. Fragment of an ancient library.
Ding! You got another one of those. Fine, that's something they have to win.
Yeah.
They're trying to be spooky.
Yes.
Go lightly, Glenn. Let's do as it says.
Given the amount of fuel I have left, I should probably start trying to clear these clouds here. Since I don't know exactly... Just ignore him for now. We're pretty far away from that, but could be for all I know. Trumpets. Prisons are forbidden in Pan. Instead, those who aggrieve other citizens too persistently are branded with the calf sign. Then, during the Hour of Trumpets, the Brazen Brigade hunt. Their quarry is supposedly only those bearing the calf sign, but when the devil's blood is up, They don't always discriminate. Let's, that's the more likely success. Let's go with that one for now. You huddle in the galley over Murgatroyd's fungal crackers and a ration of whiskey. Outside, trumpets blare. A scream interrupts your forced conversation. You finish the crackers in silence. Eventually, the idol's merry piping changes to a lilting lullaby. The hour of trumpets is over.
Alrighty then. It's more mysteries from the king, I suppose.
Yep.
One mystery. Alright. Scraps of ancient knowledge they are. Did you see that?
Oh,
You have discovered some fragmentary text. The king may be able to interpret these for you. Converting them into Arthurian mysteries.
okay. Sure. The king leans close in case of eavesdroppers among the trees. Once, it is said, there was a great library where the sons kept records of their laws. But disaster struck, and the library was destroyed and strewn across the sky. Now, its librarians seek its ruins and texts. We call them scribe spinsters. The king reveals such information as they can translate from the fragments you have brought. Now we have 7 mysteries, which is enough to do that thing.
And we know what scribe spinsters are.
Uh-huh.
Fascinating.
And for half a second, I missed the word how there. Just ask the king to leave Eleutheria. It's like, hey, can you go somewhere else?
Can you go to, like, Albion or the Reach?
I live here. Yeah. Maybe stop.
Maybe live elsewhere for a bit.
Guards!
The boat Mormons will hear of this? What the heck is a boat Mormon? Oh, cheese blades. Oh, this is intensely silly. Let's see, there was need for tea in some place, I sense. Yeah, of course there's that stuff that you're taking to the Eagle Imperium once it's found.
Yeah. We just need to find it first.
Now I gotta bring tartar sauce while hunting for sharks?
Not when I can just stock up on stuff and...
Do more exploring?
Yeah. But I think that's enough exploring for tonight.
Cares? It's still 24.
Yeah. So,
It's been neat. All sorts of new stuff.
yeah. Thank you all so much for watching.
You've been hanging around Remy too much. You just said, yeah.
Well, no, I was like taking a drink, so I was like, yeah.
It sounded like, yeah. Anyway, good.
We'll be back Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, where we'll be playing Moon Remix RPG Adventure. More of this next Thursday. Let's see, either tomorrow night or Saturday afternoon, depending. Let's see, Cyan, aka DJ Mon, will be on Radio PSI. You should check him out. Sunday night is Nightshade, DJ Umbra. And let's see, what else goes on Radio PSI? RPG Club happens when they're able to get everybody together for it, which isn't every week. And it's not always the same day, so it's kind of hard to announce that one in advance.
Keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, keep an eye out for it. It's also on Radio PSI. If it's not happening on any particular night, then Nightshade is probably streaming one of those nights. Probably either doing one of the, like a Rune Factory or Cook Serve Delicious, depending on what night it is. And yeah, I already said that I'm back with this next Thursday. Let's go find someone to raid. Well, Daniel, would you open up the desk? Alright. Let's see now. There's a list of channels that I follow. I have no idea who that one channel that it lists is. I don't remember following that person.
I don't know who that is either. See, when Kitsu is playing Guilty Gear Strive.
Hold on a sec.
Ignite says, thank you for the stream.
Thank you for watching. Okay, so since there's no one I can really vet right now before raiding, I'm just gonna call it good and not raid for tonight.
Yeah, because I know this person sounds like a telescope.
What?
The one that's got there under your follows?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that does kind of sound like a telescope.
It's literally a brand of telescope.
Oh,
like
okay.
Yen on yen.
Yeah.
It's like, what? I wonder if someone you follow changed their name.
That's possible.
To a telescope.
Anyway, thanks again. Hope to see y'all next time. Good night, folks.
Good night.